Down the leg side straight away. Bit of a loose love from Venner. Just drifting down the leg side slightly. Ball would be moving back into the left-handed DeMarco Wiggins. Didn't get off to much of a start in the last game against Guyana. Would have played on early on, looking to get off to a better start here today. Can already see the evidence of some moisture in the wicket. Or just nipping a bit off of the seam. The Bajan batters are going to have to be a bit watchful here early doors. Just after 9:30 Trinidad and Tobago. Sun has been out warming the wicket for just about a couple hours or so before the start of play by Akashif Sandy, Candice Laborde, Avinash Narayan, match referee. Decided we were all good to go after a slight drizzle this morning. Supporters already starting to pour in early on here. Central Trinidad and Tobago. Skipper Bowens would have, I think if he had won the toss, would have elected to bowl first as well. Conditions. This one seemed favourable, and have a look at that delivery. Just angling back into DeMarco Wiggins a bit. Venner has been so good, the ball in hand, for the Windwards so far in the tournament. So ground staff here at Presal working tirelessly, getting out the big roller, trying to extract all the water out of the surface, not just on the wicket but around the 30-yard circle as well. Just get the sun baking it a bit. You still see prodigious movement for Venner early on. Would be accustomed to that with the new ball, picking up a couple wickets as well in the last game. So a watchful first over for the Bajan batters. Decent start for the Winwards. Come to the end of the first over with the squad 1 without loss. And in the last game, 26th of August, Winwards would have played against Trinidad and Tobago under 17s. Trinidad and Tobago coming out victorious in that one. Bowling out the Winwards for 125 over 42 overs, 42.4. Trinidad making it in no time, 27.4 for the loss of 5 wickets. So it's beyond fairness, coming from this northern end by Candice Laborde. Presiding on this end, it'll be Jordan Graham, right-handed batter. First ball, let's be facing up to Fanis. Fenner got off to a good start. Bowling partner Bjorn would be looking at the movement that he got both off of the wicket as well as through the air. It's decent pace and a quick single being attempted. Excellent running between the wickets by both opening batters. Something that we saw in the game against Guyana, both from the Guyanese batters and the Bajan batters in the game on Tuesday. So it's dropping and running inside of the circle early on. So Wiggins yet to get off the mark. Jordan Graham immediately getting off. Wiggins coming on to strike now. Different prospect from Fanis from this end. Ball would just be drifting away from him. First slip in place, as well as a gully. Backward point. Extra cover inside the circle, so slight gap between cover. mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and deep backward square, as well as a fine leg is on the boundary. So protection for the short ball, protection for that one just leaking down the leg side a touch. And leaving watchful Wiggins. Started his innings off like that on Tuesday, but just his eyes would have lit up as he saw ball almost half tracker, tried to pull it across the line, ended up getting an inside edge onto the stumps from the other end. So Wiggins, it's different approach batting first this time. Of course, they would have only been chasing 106 set by the Guyanese batters in the first innings. Bit of a foundation needing to be built by these two opening batters now. Signal Y by pile aboard that one, just carrying down the leg side with the angle. Have to see if Fanis gets the ball around middle and off stump or so. Pushing it across left-handed Wiggins. With a little bit of help from the breeze would certainly bring that first slip and gully into play. So it's a good start thus far from the Windward bowlers. Keeping that tight line and length, not allowing Wiggins and Graham too much room to maneuver the ball around. Skipper Theo Edward still remaining attacking. That first slip and gully in place, something that we haven't seen here at Inchinali Park thus far. Only first slip being employed in the last couple of games that we would have seen. So starting 11 today for the Windward Islands, skipper Theo Edward, vice captain Cody Fontanelli, Jonathan Daniel, Bjorn Franis, Damali Phillips, Elron Glasgow, Kavon Bartholomew, Desron Mitchell, Aravinda Bishop, Jimmy Wickham and Tyler Veneer. Pulling out Wiggins. Barbados remain unchanged. Same side that they would have put out on Tuesday. Skipper Bowens, Asha Branford, Kalani Clark, Jordan Graham, Zurel Harding, Jahidi Hines, Raphael Lovell, Justin Paris, Rajiv Parasuram, Shilon Wood, and DeMarco Wiggins. Got off to an excellent start in that game against Guyana on Tuesday, Barbados. Building on a good start in the first game, of course. Game was abandoned after getting off to a start. Barbados would be gotten off to a good start. The bat not quite able to complete that game, but a very, very convincing victory here at Inchinali Park on Tuesday against Guyana. But the Barbados batting unit looked excellent when it came to chasing down that low total bowling unit in the first innings. Very, very clinical. Winwards have a task to do today to match Barbados' strength in that game on Tuesday. Need to be tight in the field to put a good effort in with the ball and then come back against good bowling from the Bajans in that second innings. We come to now the end of the second over with the score 3 without loss. Wiggins went for only 2 in that game on Tuesday. Jordan, 1 more, went for 3. Kalani Clark played an excellent innings, 17 off of 34, sticking in with partner Gadsden Bowens. He finished off with a man of the match performance, a couple of catches in addition to 50 over 46 deliveries. Seemed as though he was playing almost a different game out there. Conditions were very much not excellent for batting. Couple of big hits in addition to some classy shots. Shaylon Wood provided support as well with 12 off of 18 to close it out for Barbados. So a very strong start to the tournament. Then a strong start to his first over. Coming back from the southern end, Graham will face him for the first time. Oh, looking to drive. Here's that gap being afforded extra. Well fortified offside field. The third man in between that first slip and gully region. And he edges flying through the cordon. It's well played but well fielded there at gully. In rather close. Graham trying to rise with the bounce off of the bat. For necessary today to keep your eyes on the ball, especially early doors. Seen some unpredictable bounce. Ball just keeping low. Couple of them kicking as well. Need to be 100% focused out there, Graham and Wiggins. Oh, this time beating the outside edge. Doing good work, Tyler Venner. Breeze coming from right to left of the frame. But Graham has looked, have some attacking intent, looking to pick that gap through the covers. But Venner keeps building the pressure. 4 dot balls. Good amount of swing on offer as well. Bajan batters have not been afraid to get a bit aggressive when the situation demands it. Bit of pressure being built up. We saw Bowens dispatched all pressure. Graham thus far sticking in, not giving anything away outside line of the off stump, remaining watchful. Venner with a dot to complete his over. Very economical over. Maiden in the end. Second over comes to an end. Third over of the game comes to an end with the score still at 3 without loss. So Venner in his 2 overs only going for that 1 run. Would have been the extra bowl off of his first delivery. Could have had 2 maidens. Getting off to that start that we expected. And Graham and Wiggins sticking in here early doors. Still that deep backward square and fine leg on the boundary for left-handed DeMarco Wiggins. Coming up against Fannis. Would be hitting back into the breeze. Ball should be just drifting across him, but you can see glanced over his shoulder. Just a bit of extra protection backward of the wicket on that leg side. Short and wide outside line of the off stump. Wiggins would have been looking to cut that over that gully fielder, get some extra runs off of the bat, but couple extras now. Still an excellent start by these Windward bowlers, remaining very economical. Wiggins yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 deliveries. He'll be looking for a loosener from Fannis. Get that anxiety over with. Crossing Gilbert Park, Leeward Islands batting first, getting to 13 without loss after 4 overs, taking on Guyana. Crossing the National Cricket Centre, Trinidad and Tobago batting first, but already lost a wicket, scored 18 for 1 after 2.5. Taking on Jamaica, yet to win a game. So they'll be up and rearing with that early wicket. Try to do Trinidad and Tobago today. Driving nicely Wiggins, but straight to the fielder. Don't think DeMarco Wiggins would be too worried. Still not yet off the mark. It's a full 50 over game we have today. Not much rain to speak of besides a slight drizzle this morning. Should be getting a full day's worth of cricket today. So a lot of overs for Wiggins to stick in there. Continue remaining watchful. Bad balls will come eventually, you'd have to feel. Keeping that tight line and length, Fanis. Almost that test match length. Back of a length outside the line of the off stump. Getting the ball to nip around a bit. Wiggins not giving him much room outside the line of the off stump. So building pressure. Exactly what's necessary from these Windward bowlers. Bajans would have put on such a good performance with the bat. They know that would be coming. Short and trying to pull away was Wiggins, but playing it straight to that fielder short mid wicket. Didn't quite swivel quickly enough to place it square of him. There's of course that protection out there, deep backward square. He's situated for exactly that shot. One that's aerial backward of square. Wiggins, he can just look, maybe drop and run, but line and length Fanis has been bowling outside line of the off stump. It's been hard to open the face with that slip and gully waiting. Yeah, another excellent delivery. Building the pressure, Fanis again, similar to Venner. Wide off of his first delivery, all dots after that. Still one more to complete this over. Winwards very much building the pressure early on. Bajans would not be too worried, still early doors of course. Just looking to get their eyes in, Wiggins and Graham. So wide and 6 dots, excellent over by Fanis. It's his second to an end. He's gone so far 3 runs. Venner's only gone for 1. Both bowled 2 each at the end of 4. The score is 4 without loss. So Winwards, you feel as though they continue to build this pressure. Wiggins or Graham may feel as though need to get on top of them a bit. Could bring a wicket. Have to keep bowling those excellent areas. Venner will continue from the southern end. Oh, that's excellent lines and lengths from Venner. Oh, keeping that ball just on our off stump, moving it away. Harding and Hines for Barbados would have bowled from this end on Tuesday and were able to work the ball very nicely through the air as well. Venner, he's finding a lot of success out there thus far. Getting the ball to nip a bit off the surface as well. Graham, credit to him, keeping steadfast in his approach to play each ball on its merit. Very staunch in defense. Venner, he's bowled quite a few dot balls already early on in his spell. Getting off to an excellent start, just the start the Winwards would have wanted. Oh, this time again beating the outside edge, looking to drive his Graham off of a bit of a short run. Concise, keeping it very tight. No need for a long flaunty run up. Gets up to the crease quickly. You can see he's getting the ball to move around so nicely. Wiggins just walking down, having a chat with Graham. Looking to get a bit aggressive outside line of the off stump. There's first slip on that gully waiting. This one down the leg side. Bit of a loosener there. Bit of an opportunity for Graham to get some runs off of the bat. They'll come through for the second. That fine leg just coming around to tidy things up. So just about the first delivery strain down the leg side from Venner. Graham taking up the opportunity. Much needed runs. Breaking the deadlock somewhat. There is no protection save for that fine leg out on the boundary on that leg side backward of the wicket. Almost right back on radar. Venner maybe overcompensating a bit this time. Umpire Sandy signaling a wide. He would not be discouraged though. Venner got off to such a great start. Moving the ball very nicely. Only takes one delivery to take a wicket. And again beating that outside edge. Graham his bat back at the last second to all of these deliveries because he's getting such late movement away. Tyler Venner. Excellent end to the over. Brings us now to the end of 5. Very economical stuff out there from the Windwards bowlers. Squad 7 without loss. Wiggins, he's yet to get off the mark. Faced quite a few deliveries thus far, 17. That's all due to the discipline thus far from both opening bowlers. Not straying from their lines. Couple bad balls being worked away. But the score at only 7 after 5 overs gone. Building the pressure from the southern end. Venner doing good work as well to build pressure from this northern end. Fantasy will continue. Wiggins on strike, still yet to get off of the mark. Still that first slip on gully in place. They'll remain attacking for as long as they feel ball will keep nipping around the Windwards. Excellent lengths as well from Fanis. He's right in between that good length to just short of a length. Not getting up into Wiggins's arc where he can just swing his arms. Feel as though if he's given any width or any deliveries full on the line of the off stump, he's just going to free his arms. The amount of power he does possess would clear fielders in the 30-yard circle quite easily and get value for his shot. Trying to work it, this one just down the leg side. Pile of board unmoved and an excellent piece of work. Rocket throw right over the stumps. It was going down the leg side. So leg by signal by umpire Laborde. Still yet to get off the mark. Wiggins brings right-handed Graham onto strike. He's been getting his eye in somewhat from the other end this time. Fanis from this northern end. Hop on a skip to start his run up. Building up his momentum nicely into the crease. Third man drops out for the right-handed Graham. Still first slip on gully in place as well as a wide fine leg. Getting up to decent pace though his Fanis needs a bit of adjustment. That ball should be slightly moving back in with the breeze, but taking on a bit of damage going into the 6th over. Just straying down the leg side a bit, Fanis. Be looking to get that ball outside the line of the off stump and just moving back into Graham. Been prodding outside the line of the off stump so far, Jordan Graham, to the bowling of Tyler Veneer from the other end. We had a good Barbados cohort of supporters here in Shanali Park on Tuesday, making their way out again today, and we're sure there's more to come. Supporters from all the islands, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, have their home support. Supporters, parents coming up from all the other islands, showing support for the youngsters. And this is cut away nicely past that fielder at Gully. Would have been interested for a second, but Graham shown that he's very adept at playing those Gully. There is that third man in place, protection for exactly that. Bringing Wiggins back on to strike. He's seen a bit of a struggle in terms of trying to get some runs off of the bat, DeMarco Wiggins. Hasn't quite been able to work the balls outside the line of the off stump into the gaps to get those singles. Is a gap being afforded through cover? Striving but not quite finding the timing. He's getting a bit frustrated now as Wiggins, but the support coming in from the Barbados unit back in the pavilion. They know it's early doors. No need for Wiggins to get too frustrated at the moment. Of course, there will be changes in bowlings to contend with as well. Fanis and Venner getting off to such a good start. Seems as though they just have to survive thus far. The Bajan batters. It's been tough work out there in terms of scoring. And not giving him anything, not giving him any at all, as Fanis brings yet another excellent overturn. And have a look at those economy rates. 1.33 for Venner, 1.67 for Fanis. So now at the end of 6, score 10 without loss. Of course, into the third round, this 50 over tournament. Same teams would have participated in the under 17 2-day tournament. It's a bit earlier on for the course of the last couple of months. 2 more rounds to go after this game on Saturday and then a game on Monday. Barbados getting off to the start that they would have wanted. Convincing win yesterday, and of course that no result would not hurt them much from that first game. Would have shared the points, and both of the other games that would have been played were rained out as well. Side the line of the off stump, driving, following it again is Jordan Graham. Getting such big swing away from the right-hander. Jordan Graham, to combat that swing, maybe you'd have to start moving his back foot back and across. Getting his front foot that bit much more outside the line of the off stump to meet that ball. Play that drive that he's been looking for. He does have the length for it. because moving away so much outside line of the off stump, but that does bring the LBW into play. Then I would encourage him to do that. Start trying something outside of the box. Smartly left on this occasion, but keeps it economical, keeps bowling those dot balls, Tyler Venner. More he builds the pressure, the more his bowling partner Fanis from the other end builds the pressure. Winwards would feel so they have an excellent chance of pinching a breakthrough early on. But surviving are the Bajan batters thus far, managing to turn over the strike slightly, but a lot of pressure being built by the Winwards. This time driving aerial past that fielder at mid-off, an excellent shot, and will race into the boundary ropes for 4. So finally breaking the deadlock is Jordan Graham. He's been looking for that shot all game, finally getting a ball close enough to him, and the length that he managed to just raise it straight back. Winwards would have thought that their chance had come for a wicket, but finding the gap expertly straight back. Jordan Graham on this occasion moves on to 8 off of 19. Venner continues, drags back the length somewhat, peeling off that outside edge past that fielder in first slip. So getting a single off strike now. Jordan Graham starting to get into his work nicely. So would help DeMarco Wiggins in terms of his mindset as well, to see Jordan Graham middling the ball nicely from the other end. Just needs to play that supporting role, be a partner, so an opening partner for Jordan Graham. As the ball gets older, as the bowling changes, Wiggins could then look to accelerate. Looking for a quick single. Still on the running inside, thanks to a bit of a fumble directed. Would have been interesting, but getting through for a quick single. Good batting, turning over the strike. Somewhat of a successful over for Barbados. Most success they have seen thus far in the game. Brings us now to the end of 7. 3 left until that first power play is completed. Score at 16 without loss. So finally getting off the mark, DeMarco Wiggins. Both he and Graham would now feel slight sense of relief, knowing that the runs are starting to flow somewhat. Stuck in there through a difficult period. Those first 5 or so overs, the ball moving around very nicely. Venner managing to beat the outside edge of Graham on quite a few occasions. Fanis doing excellent work from the other end as well. But Jordan Graham starting to get on top of them somewhat, looking to rotate the strike now as well as put away those bad deliveries. Fanis to continue. Straying down the leg side, looking to go big. Protection again. Fine leg, the backward square. Needs to line it up. Would not want to be giving away extras, Fanis. He's given away a couple thus far, but bowling excellent line and lengths when he does manage to straighten it up. Just keeping it back of a length outside line of the off stump. Forcing Wiggins. Try to play through that offside with that first slip and gully. Still waiting inside there on any to pounce on any catches. Getting this one away is Wiggins. Getting a single, bringing Graham back onto strike. Finally managing to get some bat on those on that delivery. That's just sliding down the leg side a bit. 16 dot balls for Fanis. 3.1 overs bowled thus far. Him and Venner compiling quite a number of dot balls early on in this innings here. Always helps to build the pressure. But a few extras. A good shot by Jordan Graham. Rotating the strike nicely now. Barbados slowly starting to grow into the game. Oh, going big. No protection back there. Outfield still a bit soggy. slowing up before it gets into the boundary ropes. They'll come back for 2. So opening up somewhat Jordan Graham. Was played a bit aerial, but of course, very intelligently done. Would have known all he had to do was lift it over that mid-on fielder inside of the 30-yard circle. Got runs, got a couple. So Jordan Graham, anything that's just short of that full length, trying to open up his arc, swing his hands through the ball, break the deadlock somewhat. Good comeback delivery from Fanis. Quite a contrast between the two opening fast bowlers, even though they are both doing similar work, remaining economical. Fanis, a long run up starting almost on the edge of the 30-yard circle with a bit of a hop and a skip, creasing his pace as he comes through the crease and bowling and a great pace as well. But Venner, polar opposite on the other end, short run up, getting into the crease smoothly and getting that ball to move across right-handed Graham, beating the outside edge on quite a few occasions. So getting prodigious swing. Fanis on the other end bowling with expert pace. Cutting away is Jordan Graham. Cries of shot from the Barbados cohort here in the pavilion. No need to run. Gully fielder straight into the gap. So Jordan Graham moves on to 15 off of 23 now. This is what Barbados would have been hoping for. Sticking through, opening overs with the ball moving around and then slowly starting to get the runs flowing. As we come to the end of now the 8th over, score moves on to 24. Again looking to cut. Point fielder move just a bit squarer, waiting to dive on anything coming off of that outside edge, off of that cut shot from Jordan Graham. But he's starting to see the ball well now. Graham middling it very nicely, getting a bit expensive now after starting off so economically, both Fanis and Venner. DeMarco Wiggins at the other end. He can just stand and admire. No need to go for any big shots. Jordan Graham taking up the slack from this end. So Fanis, the end is over. Gets crushed through the cover region. At least a couple of runs would be on offer. Try to... Timing from Jordan Graham, showing again how good he is with those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. So now at the end of 8 overs, Barbados, their opening batters are still out there getting into their work now, starting to get the scoreboard ticking over. Barbados are now 28 without loss after 8 overs. Venner will continue hoping to come back, bowl so well. Those first few overs, not being able to pinch that wicket, came ever so close on a few occasions. Now Barbados getting their eyes in Graham and Wiggins. So left-handed Wiggins comes on to strike. Fine leg, deep backward square drops out. Still first slip and gully in place. So Venner, Windwards will be looking to make somewhat of a comeback now. Pinch a wicket here. Wiggins going huge. That's over the pavilion. Almost crashing into the ambulance van in the car park. Not going to... flow through that delivery. Similar shot he tried to play that caused his demise in that game against Guyana. Trying to go with that ball just on our own middle stump, dragging it through corner, but on this occasion a bit fuller and sliding a bit more down the leg side, and a huge 6 from Wiggins. Skipper Bowens hit a big one there on Tuesday. But DeMarco Wiggins, that's the shot he was looking for. Finally picks one up. And the search is on now for that ball. It's so hard into the car park. So a drink for the batters. They deserve it. They've done excellent work so far. Seems as though the Windwards, they were on top of, very much on top of the game. Seemed as though only a matter of time before they would pick up that first wicket. But Wiggins, he's gotten his eye in. Seems as though both he and Graham seeing the ball very big right now. And they look so elegant out there, Wiggins and Graham. Elegant destruction. Winwards very much have some thinking to do now. Excellent start now as the runs start ticking over. Important thing was not to lose an early wicket. They've done exactly that. Managed to stick in through a really tough time. Would have gone exactly how they would have wanted to draw it up, Barbados. So our third umpire match referee Avinash Narain just making his way out with a box of replacement balls, but they found it now. Phillips walking in back on. Of course, a bit of inspection would be needed. Ball would have hit the concrete car park full on the bounce, then straight into the ambulance. And so Venner would have needed to come back strong in this over. DeMarco Wiggins stamping his authority all over that first delivery from Venner. How can he come back after? Still third man fine leg in place. Mid-wicket remains inside the circle. And a false start now. Venner needing to keep his wits about him. Bowl those good line and lengths. It's a bit of a bad delivery, just straying on the pads of Wiggins. He's been bowling well to the right-handed Graham, beating the outside edge. Needs to push it a bit further outside line of the off stump to get it swinging back in. Solid in defense now is Wiggins. But that's a line and length. That's where Tyler Venner needs to be, just on or around the top of off stump. Look to try to beat the outside edge of Wiggins. Get the top of off in play as well. Still first slip on gully. Oh, trying to go again, this time through the offside. Wiggins down on one knee. Not able to make contact. This is a good comeback from Venner so far. Straightened up his line. Outside the line of the off stump. Getting Wiggins to try to play through the offside. He's obviously very strong. Square of the wicket on the leg side as well as through mid-wicket. He's able to just free his hands. Remaining watchful. Very intelligent batting out there from both DeMarco Wiggins and Jordan Graham. Playing each ball on its merit. It was an exemplary batting, chasing performance from Barbados on Tuesday. Wiggins and Graham were not able to contribute much, but pulling back in this game, getting their team off to an excellent start inside of the first power play. Just working it down the leg side, Wiggins. Getting off of strike, bringing Jordan Graham. He hasn't seen the strike a bit. Wiggins getting into his work now, matching the temperament of Graham. So one last ball for Tyler Venner to complete his fifth over. Skipper Edward have to do some thinking after this. Maybe a change of bowling. Potentially look at bringing a spinner in now, changing up things a bit for Graham and Wiggins. Just get them to adjust their mindset somewhat. Alterations in the field continue for this last delivery. Deep mid-wicket now drops out. Fine leg as well. Out of the circle. Still first and gully remain. Short extra cover, short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off. Going big, Graham. And big it goes. Seemed as though just a couple of boundaries into the ball. Just getting his hands through the ball, getting it over the 30-yard circle where the fielder is situated. And again, getting value for his shots. Have a look at how quickly he moves on to 23 now off of 26 deliveries after somewhat of a slow start. So Tyler Venner completes his 5th over, conceding a boundary. Similar way to how the last over ended. Graham striking a boundary off the last delivery. So we come now to the end of 9 with the score at 39 without loss. So a bit of cloud cover slowly starting to roll over here in Shanali Park in Presal. It's been very unpredictable in terms of weather. It's just coming over the central range. The sound of thunder starting to fill the air now. The breeze is blowing across the ground. We hope the breeze would carry the rain all the way out of here. We've been eager to see as much cricket as possible. Just over that mountain, as you can see there, dark clouds starting to roll in. That's where the rain usually comes from here in central Trinidad and Tobago. Those northeast trade winds slowly starting to bring in the rain, and Wiggins and Graham slowly starting to bring in some runs here for Barbados, getting off to an excellent start. They would not want the rain interrupting them by any means. Guyana in that game on Tuesday, we had to play a shortened format of the game due to rain that would have interrupted their batting innings and caused quite a calamitous collapse coming down through the middle overs, which is what gave Barbados such an easy total to chase. Similar prospects, Barbados would have won the toss and elected to bowl on that occasion. Now they're in with bat, facing a similar prospect to what Guyana faced. So a change in bowling now. Aaron Glasgow, left-handed medium pacer, replaces Fanis from this northern end. Breeze drifting over from that northeast side of Trinidad and Tobago, as mentioned. That will cause these deliveries to just drift away from the left-handed DeMarco Wiggins. You can see the intent from Wiggins, looking to get on the front foot, both literally, figuratively speaking, getting on top of Glasgow early on. Remains attacking. DeMarco Wiggins started off very watchful, took just about 20 deliveries to get off the mark, but since then, stepping across DeMarco, and what a beautiful shot, meeting the pitch of the delivery outside the line of the off stump, creamed through the cover, not as big as it was with the ball zipping around, swinging around early on, but finding the gap expertly. DeMarco Wiggins moves on to 13 off of 31. So a change in bowling. Seems as though it has brought a change in attitude as well from Wiggins. Awful delivery, missed out a tad bit there, Wiggins. First slip is still in there rather. Gully has come out into a cover position, plugging that gap. Still that gap available in cover point, the one Wiggins just found. Long off has dropped back to the boundary as well. Mid-on still inside the circle, short mid-wicket. Backward square inside the circle as well. Nobody deep on the onside. Ken looking to find that gap. True cover point, just wide outside the line of the off stump. A hit me ball almost. But of course, those deliveries sometimes tend to take wickets, peeling off of the outside edge. So Wiggins has to remain careful, doesn't want to give away his wicket now that he has gotten off to such a great start. Dug in there early on. Now runs are starting to flow. Oh, going big. There is that fielder there in long off. He comes in. Should be able to complete the catch. Does in the end. DeMarco Wiggins, you can see the frustration as that catch had been completed. Trying to go over mid-wicket, coming off the toe of the bat, going straight back to that fielder that was just dropped off. Excellent captaincy from skipper Theo Edward. And now, after getting off to such a good start, Barbados lose their first wicket right at the end of the first power play. Score at 43 for 1 after 10 overs. Let's have a look, peeling off almost the toe, almost the out edge of the bat, going straight up into the air, and a good catch down there at long off. Had to run in quite quickly, almost overran it in the end. Appeared to be Fanis. And Glasgow bowled an excellent over. Can't quite fault him for that boundary he did concede through the offside. Was an excellent shot by Wiggins, and coming back in the end, a very successful over. The first wicket down now for Barbados. Conceded that boundary but came back with a couple of dot deliveries, Glasgow. And picking up that wicket off of his first over, conceded that 4. Picked up that wicket. And now another change in bowling from the southern end to replace Tyler Venner. It's Bishop. Aravinda Bishop. So they got off to an excellent start, the Windward bowlers, building that pressure, bowling quite a number of dot deliveries. But as it often happens at cricket, you do have to say, fast bowlers, I can speak from a bit of experience as well, building up that pressure early on, fast bowlers, then creating that dot deliveries, managing to put the batters off a bit. Then the first change in bowling, the very first over, after both opening bowlers coming off, after building that pressure, managed to reap the rewards. Now Bishop from the southern end, he'll be hoping as well that he can get his name into the wickets. Umpire Kashif Sandhi minding us the end of the first power play. 4 fielders outside, now allowed outside the circle. Left-handed orthodox of Bishop. And through the gap, that's not a great piece of fielding considering 2 fielders were placed there at cover just to stop for that exact reason. That prodded drive through the offside, manages to pierce the gap. So first slip in place, backward point. There is a fielder situated in line with the crease at point, but he's close in there looking for a catch. Cover on the 30-yard circle, extra cover. Quite close in looking for a catch as well. So it brings the new batter, Keelani Clark. Defensive off of his first delivery. Played a good cameo with the skipper Bowens in the game on Tuesday. So a deep mid-wicket has been put out as well. Mid-on, short mid-wicket remain inside the circle as well as a mid-off. This looking to stroke it through the onside. There is a fielder there. He'll not be able to get across. Was a hit-me ball, not a great delivery from Aravinda Bishop. And just swiveling on this occasion, continuing his good work out there, Jordan Graham. And 4 more added to the total. Interesting to note, Aravinda Bishop in this first over, his release point is just about right in between the stumps and the popping crease, not getting all the way up to the popping crease. So trying to put the batters off. Keeper put off on this occasion, letting it slip past him. Jonathan Daniel coming through for a single, signal buys by umpire Sandy. So release point is a few inches behind the popping crease. So the ball takes that fraction of a second longer to reach the batters. So timing is very important, but Jordan Graham, his timing has been impeccable thus far. And a good over, decent over to start there for Bishop. Come now to the end of 11, scored 49 for 1. Jordan Graham, he's out there scoring very nicely, 24th of 28 deliveries. Getting the Bajans off to a good start along with Wiggins. So Barbados fans continue to pour in. Rain continues to stay away. Just providing us with a nice light cool breeze across surface of the ground. So we have a look. Traveling support. Bajan fans, they've remained vocal. We're very much hoping to see some cricket on Sunday, not to be Tuesday. Got their fill. Bajans pulling off an excellent, convincing performance. So left-handed Glasgow to continue. Still that tight ring fielders backward of point there on that onside. A backward point. Gully has been employed now for the new batter Clark. First step still in place. Clark just getting back and across, covering the line of the deliveries, getting it to nip around those opening bowlers. Now as the ball slowly starts to get older, take a bit of wear and tear across the field, gonna start swinging less, but there's still a lot to offer in the surface. Ball moving nicely off of the seam. So remaining watchful, Glasgow again compiling dot deliveries, building the pressure somewhat. Got off the mark with that boundary, Clark. Since then, remaining watchful. Ball still moving around, the moisture in the air. Glasgow, a dot ball to complete his over. Been an over of dots, yet another maiden. Elrond Glasgow maintaining that good economy rate. Go now to the end of 12 overs. Score remaining at 49 for 1. So Windwards got off to an excellent start. Barbados slowly started to get the runs pouring in. Just short of that 50-run mark now. But Windwards seem as though they've come back somewhat, taking that wicket, and now dot deliveries. Excellent bowling from Glasgow, and Bishop bowl a couple loose deliveries in the last over, got stroked away for that boundary, but could still prove to be a problem. Short and wide outside the line of the off stump. No second invitation needed for Jordan Graham. Finding that gap very nicely, bringing up the 50 with a flourish. short and wide, a hit me ball. And there is protection, but finding the gap, had enough time to get back and across. And as we keep mentioning, showing how good he is through the offside, Jordan Graham. So again, Bishop conceding a boundary. Spinners sometimes can be a bit expensive, but do manage to come back and pick up those wickets. Paris the Bajan, good example of that. Was a bit wayward early on in the game Tuesday. Conceded a bit of runs, bowled a few extras, but came back and ended up taking the most wickets for the game. Picked up 3, Paris. Sweep on the offside, now drops out. And goes square of point. An excellent bit of fielding. Has been finding the gaps nicely, Graham. But on this occasion, point fielder coming around, throwing himself on the delivery. Still the first slip in place. Extra cover, point, backward point, sweeper now on the boundary. This is to that man. So what Jordan Graham has managed to do now, fielders were inside the circle, remaining attacking, but now thanks to a few good shots outside the line of the off stump, push back that fielder and now has the opportunity to rotate the strike. Get those 1s and 2s in the outfield through these middle overs. Middle overs proved tough for Guyana on Tuesday. Very necessary to maintain a good partnership out there. So Bishop short again to complete his second over into the gap. A bit of work to be done as they come through for the second. So Kalani Clark moves on to 6, ending his over. Second over done for Bishop. He's gone for 12 runs. Score at 56 for 1 after 13. So umpire Kashif Sandy, the end of the over, signaling 1 short. So a run to be taken away from the score. Would have been Kalani Clark eager to get through for that second. Just grounding a bit short on the southern side. But Glasgow, he'll continue, of course, coming off of that maiden over. Well, a decent first one as well. Picked up that wicket, went for 4 runs. So Jordan Graham, come on to strike, has been stroking it nicely thus far. Sweeper still out on the boundary on that offside. Fine leg third man. First slip still employed. That gully has come out. Oh, looking to go, peeling off the outside edge. There is protection in that third man. Gully would have been interested had he still been there, but deciding to drop that sweeper, that cover fielder out deep. Due to the prowess that has been shown thus far from Jordan Graham. Moves on to 30 off of 34. Gully drops back in for Kalani Clark. Fording that gap now through cover, encouraging him play in that wide open region. Short on, bowling at a decent pace again is Glasgow. Clark has been getting back and across, covering the line of the delivery. So it's going to be an interesting battle. Going to be interesting to see what he does with those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. If he elects to try to go through that gap, get a few runs, slip on Gully, be waiting eagerly to gobble up any catches. So the game hanging in the balance. Barbados getting a decent score on the board now, considering a bit of a slow start. But Windwards coming back into it with this change of bowling. Oh, coming off of the inside edge, almost playing it on, but eventually coming through for a quick single. So Glasgow, he's making things happen out there. But Graham, he's been up to the task thus far. Sweeper drops back out. Gully drops back out into a point position. Loud appeal, nothing doing from umpire Laborde. The bowler Glasgow as well seemed unmoved. Dragging his length back slightly. An excellent delivery outside the line of the off stump. Graham, a bit ill-advised, trying to tickle it past that slip fielder. But Glasgow's gotten off to a ripping start here. Picking up that first wicket, creating chances. Aerial, but landing safe straight back. Comes through for a quick single. Retains the strike now. For the next over, the end of 14, the score moving on to 58 for 1. Jordan Graham getting off to an excellent start, scoring at almost a run a ball. Projected score moving up exponentially. Started off around 75 or so, moved on to 100 as Wiggins got off to a good start and Graham kept the runs flowing. Now moves on again to 200 plus. Jordan Graham putting his team in somewhat of a pole position early on in the game here. Run rate just over 4 and over. It's a decent run rate for a 50 over matchup, especially early on in the game. So another change in bowling here. It's going to be the leg spin. Of Cody Fontanelle, vice skipper today. So Bishop taken off after getting a bit expensive. Not too much runs he conceded, so to speak. Just pitching a bit short. Changes in field now for the skipper. Deep mid wicket. Backward square in position as well. This one just keeps a bit low, signal by Jordan Graham. Just almost sneaking under that bottom edge. There's a sweeper out on the offside as well as a long off in position. Flighted and going to that fielder there at long off, just square of him. And an excellent shot. Truly as good as it gets. Inside out, straight over extra cover. Well flighted from Fontanelle. But Jordan Graham, long off in position, sweeper on the offside, managed to dissect them perfectly. One of the most glorious shots you can see on a cricket field. Inside out, over the top. Picks up 4 for his efforts. Flighting again, Fontanelle. Jordan Graham, his eyes would be lighting up. Does have the option to play along the ground. The field is now spread into the second power play. So Kalani Clark coming on to strike after that single from Graham. Goes on to 36 off of 40, nearing that half-century mark. So field coming up for Kalani Clark. Short, trying to pull it away, beating that man at mid-wicket, runs on offer. Coming through for that second, a good piece of work being done there on the boundary. An excellent throw as well, straight into the keeper's mitts. So coming through for 2. Fontanelli still getting warm, but he's flighting the ball. Would of course still have the ability to pick up wickets. Those flighted deliveries, aerial shots being attempted by the batters. And Kalani Clark, what a shot! We saw Jordan Graham play that inside out shot. He's bested now on this occasion by Kalani Clark. The sound of the bat told you everything you needed to know. Full and wide outside the line of the off stump by Fontanelle. That long off fielder just came into the circle. There would have been nothing that he could have done. Couple excellent shots, a bit expensive now. Fontanelle in his first over as Barbados start to build on that good start that they would have gotten. We move on now to the end of 15 overs with the score at 69 for 1. Umpires have let us know taking a short break for drinks, and we'll join you back when the action resumes. So just as we were about to get resumption of play underway, the rains have come down here again in Inchinali Park, Presal. Groundsmen are out doing excellent work as they've done all week. So we have to take another short break. Keep updating you as the game goes on. So we'll rejoin you with more action as soon as the rains pass. Take a short break. So we're back out here, reminding you in Shenali Park, Pre-Sal, Central Trinidad and Tobago. So a short break for rain. We'll have to wait and let you know exactly if the overs are shortened, what will be the situation out there. But after getting off to a decent start, Barbados, Windwards now slightly pulling it back somewhat, but Kalani Clark, he's striking the ball well just before that rain delay. Couple excellent shots over extra cover to end off with a bit of a flash from Jordan Graham. He's there on 36 off of 40, so very much a solid foundation set by the Bajan batters. Skipper Wiggins, of course, didn't score much, but presence out there helped to weather through. Opening first few overs of the game was a struggle out there. Again, changing conditions. Started off with quite a bit of sun, tiny bit of cloud cover, but of course now rain coming down. It's cleared up somewhat, not 100% clear, so still a bit of moisture in the air, bit of moisture on the surface as well. So we're all ready to continue from this northern end. Umpire Candice Laborde, presiding umpire, getting things organized in order for us to start. It'll be Glasgow to continue. Picked up the only wicket of the game, gone for 7 runs off of his 3 overs. Graham on strike. Starts right on target. Elron Glasgow. So give you a bit of an update as well. Crossing Gilbert Park in California. Match going on right now. Leewards under 17 versus Guyana under 17. Leewards batting first. Have amassed 118 for 3 thus far. Moves on now to 119 after the completion of the 29th over. Skipper Francis leading from the front. He's on 55. Opening batter as well, Amori Jones, offering ample support. Made 52 before being caught off the bowling of Sanka. Going straight back aerial, and oh my days, what a surprise that is. Went straight to the man. Just had to come around a couple feet, a couple steps there to complete a catch. Was straight in his pocket, it seemed. Very easy work, but putting it down, perhaps a loss in concentration due to that rain delay. Jordan Graham, he survives an aerial shot, looking again to go over that mid-on region, not picking it up well by any means, as well as he has done before, and a chance definitely going a beg in Glasgow. Could have picked up his second. Crossing the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. Currently under rain delay as well. Trinidad making it, batting first and making it to 85 for 2 after 14.1. Skipper Salim Khan, he's been consistent, scored 48, being dismissed. So a bit rainy conditions across Cuba, Trinidad and Tobago, as this one is just squeezed past that fielder that remains there in Gully. Still the first slip employed, Gully, as well as a point fielder. He'll now jog out to the boundary ropes to take up the position of sweeper. So for Jordan Graham, sweeper being employed on that offside, Gully dropping out. Glasgow to complete his 4th over. Oh, and beating Graham all ends up on that occasion. Excellent delivery. Finishes over. We'll have a look back at it again. Creating chances as he has been doing all of his spell thus far. Glasgow beating the outside edge of Graham brings us to the end of 16. First over completed after the rain delay. Scored 71 for 1. So Fontenelle continue from the southern end. appeared to be that man himself, Fontenelle. Dropping the catch off of the previous over. He'll be looking to come back and pinch a wicket now of his own from this end. Nicely stroked, will get a single. Fontenelle, since he has come onto the attack, ball 2 overs thus far. Into now his second. He's been flighting the ball nicely, but Jordan Graham and Kalani Clark stroking the ball equally as well. That flight does allow the chance, the opportunities for catches out in the deep, but finding the gaps beautifully thus far. Jordan Graham gets a short delivery, placing it just over the head of that fielder at short mid-wicket. Is protection in deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket will come around now to tidy up. So somewhat of a partnership being put on after the loss of that first wicket. Moving on to 30. The lone outside line of the off stump. Field is dropped back on this offside for Graham. Sweeper in a cover. The offside on the boundary as well as a long off. He's been dragging his lengths back somewhat, trying to get these right-handed batters play through the leg side back into the breeze, where that deep mid-wicket and deep backward square fielders waiting for catches. Covering through almost 360. Skipper Edward. Protection out in the deep for Fontenelle, understanding that that extra flight makes it a bit easier for Clark and Graham to pick up those deliveries, but of course the leg spin always a tricky proposition, especially facing that ball that's just rising above your eye line, dipping at the last second. Fontenelle to complete a second. Flighted wide outside line of the off stump, play down to that sweeper fielder, only a single on offer, so Clark would retain the strike. Going into the next over, Cody Fontenelle, somewhat of a decent comeback after that first over being stroked for a couple boundaries. Move on to the end of the 17th over with the score at 74 for 1. Still a bit overcast conditions here. Currently not raining around the ground. Seems as though we've been blessed today by the weather gods. Got a bit of a drizzle early on, but it seems as though massive rain just managing to circle its way around this ground, heading down, of course, Cricket 360 crew at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. They're being rained upon right now. But just missing us as a quick single. Attempted excellent running in the middle. Just about 5 or so minutes away from that ground in Balmain, Couva, the National Cricket Centre. So just narrowly managing to avoid huge torrential downpour. Sun starting to come out here despite the conditions. Lovely shot through the offside. Again, protection there in a sweeper. Graham inching closer and closer to that half-century milestone. Glasgow has been proving to be difficult to deal with. Both Clark and Graham been pegging them down somewhat, but maintaining that running between the wickets, turning over the strike, very necessary. We saw Guyana had somewhat of a collapse through the middle overs. Important period in the game now for the Bajan batters. Are being afforded couple loose deliveries, a bit of width on offer, going down leg outside line of the off stump. Scoring opportunities are out there, especially with the field spread. They've been stroking the ball nicely to the boundary ropes as well, despite turning over the strike. So Clark providing ample support. Graham motoring along nicely. Playing this behind square nicely, single on offer, looking for 2. Good covering by that fielder, coming around from short mid-wicket. Fine leg in position, but a big gap being afforded backward of square. First slip remains there. Skipper Theo Edward needs to remain attacking. Cannot afford to let the field spread, and Graham and Clark continue to rotate the strike. Short and nicely played by Graham, working it past that fielder at point. continued with his attacking intent, playing each ball on his merit, rotating the strike as we keep mentioning. 3 singles in the over thus far. I think it must be noted as a fast bowler, yes, conceding boundaries not be the most fun thing in the world, but when the batters are just constantly rotating, managing to get off of strike against you, you can't build the pressure much. Having to steam in ball after ball, just rotating the strike can prove very frustrating. Flicked away nicely, there's protection on that fine leg. So a few singles in the over, still one more ball to come, but milking the bowling nicely, both batters. Actually, we come to the end of that 18th over. Squad 77 for 1. Just getting a bit of a view. That is where rain tends to come from here in pre-sal. You can see it's clear to one side, a bit overcast on just the left side of your screen there. Doesn't seem to be affecting play too much. We are experiencing a bit of sunshine right now. So it's the leg spin. Fontenelle to continue. Sweeper dropped out. Long off dropped out, as well as that deep mid wicket and deep backward square. Those two fielders seem to be a staple here, at least at Inchinali Park in pre-sal. We've seen skippers employing that deep backward square, deep mid wicket. Those balls just trying to go against the breeze aerial. Does allow them to continue to rotate the strike. The calling as well on display by both batters. Graham is on 40 over 48, managing to maintain that strike rate. Nicely out again, only a single on offer, so rotating the strike now. Graham and Clark singles would do very well for the Bajan unit here through these middle overs. Still a lot of time left. Of course, skipper Bowens, a match-winning 50 in the last innings on Tuesday, as this was a chance. Was a sharp catch needed. Sharp catch would have needed to be taken there. Just dipping right at the right boot. That first slip fielder trying to dive forward onto his right. A tough catch. Unable to effect it. So that's the second one that's gone down. 2 catching opportunities for the Windwards. They'd have to take their chances. And as mentioned, skipper Bowens, that match-winning knock of 5th not out on Tuesday. He still has to come. Only 1 wicket down thus far. So prospects for the Winwards is not going to be easy. They have to pinch a couple quick ones to get back into this game. That's not going to bother Clark at all. Bit of extras. They've been bowling well though, keeping the line and lengths consistent. We haven't seen much extras today in comparison to Tuesday. Still giving away those extra runs would prove vital considering the bowling lineup Barbados has to offer in that second innings. Decent over by Fontenelle. Keep rotation. Keeping the rotation of the strike, the Bajan boys. After 19 overs now, the score moves on to 84 for 1. Glasgow picking up the only wicket of the innings thus far. Change of bowling. Got off to a decent start from that end, partnered by Venner. It'll be Fanis, so replacing Fanis. Left-handed medium pace of Glasgow. It's proven fruitful for the skipper thus far. Driving, peeling off the outside edge a bit, resulting at least a couple not to be in the end. Quick work there by that sweeper fielder. There are some 2s on offer in the outfield, but Kalani Clark, Jordan Graham settle for the singles through the outfield. Clark now coming on to strike, scoring nicely. It's on 20 off of 30 deliveries. Trying to find that gap there. Sweeper did come inside the circle. If you beat those fielders on the 30-yard, result in a couple, maybe 4. Clark would have that in the back of his mind. Gully still being employed, was employed as well for Jordan Graham off of that first delivery of the over. So still maintaining that attacking mindset in the field, skipper Theo Edward. Glasgow remains consistent. Means bowling that good line and length. The ball has stopped moving somewhat now. So it gets a bit older going into the middle stages of this game. Wicket still has a lot on offer in terms of surface. Ball seems to still be nipping around. Played straight to that fielder. Runs was on offer. Anything to the left or right of that fielder there at short mid-wicket. It's beyond fairness, the fast bowler himself would have resulted in quite a few runs. Just needed to find that gap. Clark, only fielder, fine leg on the boundary. It's a huge gap between mid-wicket and fine leg. Got away with one there, Glasgow. Maintaining the attacking offside field, needs to keep it around off stump. The ball just slightly angling away from the right-handed batters. Still the first and Gully in place. Coming to the end of the 20th over of the game. Bowling nicely to his field. Glasgow can't quite pierce the gap. Kalani Clark saw the Gully being taken out for the bowling of Glasgow. A couple of those deliveries just peeling off the outside edge in the air, making its way down to third. So still expecting that edge. Skipper Edward. Kalani Clark, Jordan Graham proven themselves proficient at playing those deliveries outside line of the off stump. Oh, getting some rise off of the surface to end an over. Another good over, only 1 from it. Score is 85 for 1 after 20 overs. A further 30 left in the game. Tentative, of course, based on the fact that we're not getting any rain right now. We'd have to see the rest of the day pans out. Still time out there for the batters. Getting an excellent foundation. Building upon that good start from Graham and Wiggins. Clark out there had a good hand in the game on Tuesday. Again, nice little cameo. Still not done out there. Same field. Mid-off. Sweep on the cover. On the boundary. That deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. You can just see them to the back of the frame. Trying to squeeze it past that point fielder. Fontanelle hasn't been bad thus far. Those 2 shots that he conceded over extra cover made it appear as though Graham and Clark were getting on top of him somewhat. Since then, only rotating the strike, still flighting the ball nicely, but not being goaded into a big shot, Graham or Clark, over the offside. Looking fit, you'd have to say eventually it may come, this one just getting past that field, that short extra cover. Graham moving on, ever inching ever so close to that landmark, moves on to 44. Well flighted, very full. Missed out a bit this. You can see from the frustrated reaction from Clark. Full toss, not necessarily a bad delivery. Can take wickets on occasion. And all Fontanelle would be considering is that is a dot ball, maintaining that pressure. Can cause some frustration for the batters as well, not quite being able to put away those bad deliveries. Decent over from Fontanelle again comes to an end. Scored 86 for 1. 21 overs now completed. Wiggins a decent start. Clark and Graham building upon that very, very well. Despite the break in play due to the rain, Clark and Graham continuing their work out there. Winwards would need to pinch a quick wicket now, get themselves back into the game. Later the game goes on, but they would continue to compile singles, the Barbados unit. Then coming down to the end, Bowens would be licking his lips considering the start that his players have got them off to. If he's needed in the end, would be able to just let loose, already coming up almost to 100 runs, 86 on the board. Aravinda Bishop, he's going to switch ends. Coming now, replacing left-handed Glasgow. Did excellent work from that northern end. Switch ends now, left-hand orthodox. Bowling up to Graham, he's on 44. Deep backward square, now drops out. Rather, not Bishop, a different change in bowling now. Off spin elected from Theo Edward. Got a full delivery. There is a big gap. Single was on offer. Bit of miscommunication. Loud appeal unmoved by a Candice Laborde. Bowling nicely, keeping that line outside the line of the off stump. So a bit of a special case. Something you hear about often. You do hear about it sometimes. That's Aravinda Bishop. Bit of confusion here. Saw him bowl from the southern end, left-handed orthodox. Switched across to the northern end and switched his style as well. Bowling now right-hand off spin. So on short and wide there is protection. Only one on offer. So Aravinda Bishop didn't get off to the greatest start. Elected to change things up completely. Of course, would have had to let the umpire know. Umpire would have had to let the batters know. A switch inside for Bishop. Switching hands as well. Come now to the end of 22 with the score at 88 for 1. Jordan Graham still motoring along very nicely out there. 45 off of 58. Kalani Clark providing that supporting role while still maintaining a decent strike rate, 21 off of 40. Maintaining that 4 run and over run rate as well, Barbados. Seems as though they're going through the motions quite easily. Not much Winwards can do thus far to pinch a wicket, of course. Fontenelle would be looking to do everything he can to change that. Not going to do it with that delivery. Has been a bit wayward outside the line of the off stump at times. Fontenelle, but flighting the ball very nicely. Covering the length nicely, just rotating the strike. Continuous movement for both batters out there. Continuous changes in the field as well. Skipper Edward remain a bit attacking for Clark. There's an appeal. Maybe off of the glove in the end. Umpire Sandy raising his finger. Seemed as though it did glance a piece of the bat or the glove on the way through to the pad. Bit of an unfortunate dismissal. Excellent work by the keeper behind the stumps. Jonathan Daniel recognized that catch was on offer. And finally, the Windwards managed to get that breakthrough. It's the big wicket of Jordan Graham, was scoring so well out there, not managing to make it to that milestone half-century. Fontenelle strikes exactly what he would have wanted in the over to get the Windwards back into the game. So that's the skipper. Bowens, another task, another hard task out there for the Windward Islands unit. One informed batsman replaces the next. Good piece of bowling, trying to get forward, maintain that defensive shape. Bit unlucky in the end, but an excellent knock nonetheless. Opening batter Jordan Graham accelerating Barbados off to a pretty decent start. Scored 90 for 2 inside of the 23rd over. So finally Fontenelle, a huge wicket in the context of the game for the Winwards. They would be hoping that one would bring another. Gadson Bowens, he's no slouch at all. Reputation would precede him, both the bat as well as behind the stumps. He's not going to be easy contender out there. Scored 50 of course in the last game. Brought it home for the Barbados under 17 boys. So he's out there. Decent start. Runs on the board already for Barbados. Only 2 wickets down. Side of 23 overs. Kalani Clark doing well on the other end. Now Winwards can slowly start to get themselves back into the game. Build that pressure, bowl a few dot deliveries. Still a deep mid wicket in place. That shot crossed the line, going with the spin from Bowens. The backward square as well in place. Chance to get off the mark, not quite being able to find a gap. Fontenelle flight through the air, going above the eye line of the batters, managing to prove fruitful in the end. Trying to be defensive, Graham. Again, excellent work by that fielder. Short extra cover, maintaining that pressure. So it's a successful over for Cody Fontenelle, a successful over. The Windward under 17 boys. Score is now 90 for 2 after 23. Gadson Bowens yet to get off the mark. He's just made his way out there. Skipper, this Bayesian outfit. So again, middle overs have proved to be a bit difficult, losing that wicket. Of course, Jordan Graham spent quite a bit of time out there. It'll be Aravinda Bishop to continue. We would assume right-handed over the wicket. Have to wait and see what he elects to do, Bishop. Short and Clark managing to get some bat on it. Boundary would have been on offer, only 2 runs in the end, deciding against it. So not quite hustling as much as they could out there. Bayesian batters, some runs being on offer. A bad delivery from Bishop, just straying down the leg side. Only 1 man to beat in backward square. Deep mid wicket, the backward square out as well. They'll now come into the circle for the new batter, Bowens. So a tight ring being formed inside the 30-yard circle on the offside for the left-handed Bowens. Deep mid wicket drops out. No protection behind him. Bowens would be looking to swivel anything down the leg side. Get down on one knee and play it backward of square. Certainly result in at least a couple of runs. More tweaks in the field. Tight ring being formed on the offside. Bowens would have to work hard to find those tight gaps through the offside field. But of course, Aravinda Bishop needs to maintain that offside line. Anything down leg would be easy pickings for Bowens. Going big, and what a... Oh! Did he take that? Ball slipped out of his hand in the end. Adjudged a legal catch by standing umpire Candice Laborde. What a beautiful catch Skipper Bowens, he has to go without scoring. We just spoke about the tight ring that was formed on the offside. Skipper Theo Edwards was crashed aerial by Gadson Bowens, and what a leaping catch. A necessary athletic effort to dismiss informed Gadson Bowens, and Winwards managing to definitely get themselves very much back into the game. As we mentioned, one brings two, and from the other end, Aravinda Bishop over pitch was there to drive through the covers Bowens, but going aerial, has to go without scoring. A huge wicket following the big wicket of Jordan Graham. Don't think we can look at this effort enough. Very much over pitch and flighted from Aravinda Bishop, but almost in shock, the Winwards fielding unit, how easily he managed to effect that catch. And a big moment necessary to get the Winwards back into this game, and a big moment they do get now. 3 wickets down, the score at 91, very much pulling themselves back into the game off the back of some excellent fielding. So new batter striding out there. That's Shaylon Wood. Would have stuck it out with his skipper Bowen to win the game for Barbados on Tuesday. Now an entirely different prospect being faced. So the switch from Aravinda Bishop started from the southern end with left-handed orthodox. Switched to the northern end, switched hands as well. And now a wicket coming from either end. Oh, loud appeal. Would have been excited for a second. Looked like a good shout. Wood survives. But Bishop, their tails are up here, the Winwards unit. Just stepping back and across was a good shout from Bishop. Nothing doing for umpire Candice Laborde. So pulling it back very much for the Winwards. Both Bishop and Fontenelle, sticking with Fontenelle from the southern end. Skipper Edwards paying out in the end. Faster from Bishop, mixing it up nicely this time. Bit too wide outside line of the off stump. But it's still an excellent over from Aravinda Bishop. That's a huge wicket. They seem shocked that they managed to effect him. First of all, dismissing him without scoring a run, and then on the back of an excellent catch. So ending off the over with a dot ball, Aravinda Bishop. A huge over on the back of another huge over for the Winwards. Somewhat in a spot of bother now, Barbados. The score at 92 for 3. 24 overs gone. So Shaylon Wood, Kalani Clark getting off to a decent start. He's already built a good foundation of 23 off of 42. Shaylon Wood, new batter. They would both have to see through these middle overs. As I mentioned earlier on, middle overs tend to be a bit difficult, tends to bring wickets. And that it has done, a couple falling now. They were scoring nicely, the Bajans. Higgins getting off to a good start. Excellent innings by Jordan Graham. Now somehow it's falling off a bit. Winwards would feel very excited to get themselves back into the game. Didn't look likely at one stage the way Graham was performing. Oh, and their tails are definitely up. Anything aerial, anything looking like a sniff of a chance. Excitement is being shown out there. Kalani Clark has some tough work to do in the middle. Is keeping it very full outside the line of the off stump. Cody Fontenelle offering that width. Clark seems likely to go for that big shot over the offside. Feel again this time going on the leg side, will manage to come through for a quick single. So Fontenelle, as we spoke about, some leg spin bowlers do tend to be a bit expensive, but managing to come back and pick up those wickets. Shaylon Wood yet to come off the mark. Field would come in. Skipper Edwards remaining attacking. Fontanelli looking to pick up his second wicket into his 6th over. Pushing him back. Shaylon Wood has to get full forward to meet the pitch of the delivery. The wicket still has a bit of turn on offer. Excellent line and length. Ball Pryor just drifting a bit too wide. That's the line and length that he would be looking to bowl at. Fontanelli has picked up that wicket, keeping the ball flighted outside the line of the off stump. This brings us now to the end of 25. We're at exactly the halfway mark. Squad 94 for 3. Spajon supporters remain to support this team. Rain or sun, been gathered under that tent, providing support, shouting encouragement for the boys out there. They need it right now. Convincing victory on Tuesday. But Aravinda Bishop causing some problems now with his right hand. Does appear to be his strong hand. Started off left-handed, but creating chances, bowling that right hand off spin. Flighted Clark, ill-advised at this stage in the innings, looking to go big over the infield, but with wickets falling, not advisable. Rotation of the strike seems like the smartest thing to do at this point in time. It's already built a good foundation, looking to get a bit aggressive now. Kalani Clark, just an update, the game has resumed crossing National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. Trinidad and Tobago at 96 for 3. 19 overs, going of course batting first in that game. Trying to drop on a run, look for that quick single, but excellent hustling. That field that backward square, crossing Gilbert Park, California. Leeward Islands very much building on a good start. Skipper Francis, he's still out there on 69. Looking for the single, no, need to be quick. Not quite effecting a directed throw at the non-strikers and would have been close. Score, Leeward Islands batting 135 for 3 after 33 overs as we come here now to the end of the 26th. Score moving on to 95 for 3. Fontanelli will continue from the southern end. Skipper Theo Edward sticking behind his leg spin bowler. He's bowled 6 thus far, of course, an allotment of 10 per bowler. It's too wide. He's seen a few deliveries from Fontanelli, too wide outside the line of the off stump, trying to bring that first slip into play as well as that sweeper on the cover boundary. Try to get them to go a bit aerial. Kilani Clark has obliged thus far, but no chances being offered. Some excellent shots. Smart thing, just keep rotating the strike. Singles would help to turn over, keep the strike rate, keep the scoreboard ticking ever upwards. Of course, field coming up for the new batter. Mid on, mid off. Cover inside the circle. Only fielder deep. So deep in the wicket on that leg side. So what would be easy for Kalani Clark to just stroke down the wrong square of the wicket and get off strike. Shaylon Wood is going to have to maintain his defensive composure. Fontanelli keeping it a bit flatter now. New batter Wood has been flighting the ball nicely, trying to get them to go aerial over the offside. Oh, that was well left, you'd have to say. Just jogging back and employing that googly. Fontanelli, the last delivery and his last two overs had been a googly. Just looking to trick out the batters a bit. Very well left, narrowly missing that off stump. Shaylon Wood yet to score. 12 deliveries. It's become somewhat stagnant for Kalani Clark, understandably so. Losing a couple wickets through these middle overs. Still there on 26 off of now 52 deliveries. Bishop will continue from this northern end. Spin Fontanelli and Bishop from either end. Worked for the skipper Edward, picking up a couple of wickets. Loud appeal, and immediately the finger goes up. Candice Laborde sends Kalani Clark on his way, going back and across, trying to work it through the leg side. Would have struck him directly in front with that movement back, and yet another goes. Barbados made easy work of that 106 they were chasing. Of course, a different mental game this time. Windwards winning the toss, electing to field first. That seems to be the strategy to take here at Inshanali Park in Presal. And the set batter, they got rid of Jordan Graham. Getting rid of another set batter, Kalani Clark, seems very dead. Umpire Laborde, immediately you can see the reaction as well. Knew that he was gone. And so a big rebuild, again middle overs, proving to be difficult to negotiate. And another rebuild necessary as two new batters out there with Bishop on a high. That's his second wicket. Fontanelli on the other end bowling well. So Windward started off well. Barbados managed to pull it back somewhat. And now back on top. Windward Islands. Into the 28th over. Still yet to cross that 100 mark. Barbados, they've been in or around the 90s for quite a while now. Bishop and Fontanelli, save for a few extras, have not been giving away much. So skipper Theo Edward, how he would love to pick up another quick couple of wickets. Things would prove very tough for Barbados coming into the latter portion of this first innings. So an attacking field again, employing that close point fielder, looking for that back and across cut shot that's aerial. Seen it played a few times, as well as a backward point. He's back on the 30-yard circle. Oh, trying to be a bit cheeky, Paris, playing it a bit late. But you can see the strategy that's being employed by skipper Theo Edward. That backward point just on the 30-yard. Anything coming squarer be played just that bit backward, a bit harder. Would expect it to come a bit quicker. But that point fielder, he's in there close, would need to be sharp. any catches that is going to come in his direction. Be coming with quite some ferocity. Still that first slip in place. Full toss, looking for a quick single, and close in the end as Bishop is taken out by a diving Paris. What a moment that would have been. Been so excellent in the field thus far, the Windward Islands. Had they been able to effect that run out, well and truly they would have felt on top. So Paris was a full delivery, perhaps why he took off immediately for the single, spoiling the over somewhat. Bishop, not a great delivery. Would have been a maiden had he managed to close it out with a couple dot deliveries, a wicket maiden. Paris slowly getting back up to his feet. Would have taken a dive on that rough surface of the wicket. Eventually in the end making it safely, getting through for the single. He's off the mark. Justin Paris brings Wood back onto strike. So Bishop, it had been such an excellent over, starting to leak a bit now coming into the end of it. Still an excellent over, picking up 2 out of the 4 wickets. So ends over with a dot. Brings us now to the end of 28. Under that 100 mark, 99 for 4. Barbados on the 17 boys. Run rate now dropping to just over 3.4. They managed to maintain above 4 runs and over. Barbados unit. Now a few wickets falling. Winwards getting back into the game. So a change in gloves. Justin Paris, after pulling out that big dive in the last over, they'll need to do some rebuilding. Focus now not necessarily on how much runs that can be complied, all about survival through these middle overs. Still a further 22. They would be looking at that last 10 overs, trying to predict where the game, what the game would look like at that stage. Barbados coaching unit needs to provide some support through the middle overs, get them to a decent score so they can start planning for how that last 10 overs is going to look. Strategy that's going to be employed will be a very important stage of the game. Last 10 or last 5 or so overs, depending on how much wickets Barbados would have in hand, they would need to accelerate as much as possible, get runs on board and put some pressure. The Winwards batting unit coming into the second innings. Fontanelli to continue. Drag down. That's not a great delivery. Seen that from Fontanelli on occasion, just being a bit wayward outside line of the off stump. Driving nicely, Paris. Fielded equally as nicely by that man there. Mid-off. This time beating that field at extra cover. Lovely flowing cover drive. Not going to make its way into the boundary. They'll come back for 2. But Paris meeting the pitch of the delivery very nicely and stroking it, finally finding that gap. He moves on to 3. Shailon Wood yet to get off the mark. Just to remind you, Windward Islands did have that one victory. Won by 4 runs, a tight one in the end. But they would have been bowled out by the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 bowling unit. Just 125 and 42.4 overs in the match previous. That would have been on Tuesday. Driving aerial this time as Paris, finding the gap nicely. This time will run into the boundary for 4. So much welcome runs here over pitching Fontanelli again. This time a full toss. Finding the gap very nicely between extra cover and mid-off. No need to run after that one. Trinidad and Tobago would have come out victorious in that game against the Windwards, skittling them out for less than 150. But still, potential is being shown. They do have decent batting lineup, the Windwards. So Barbados would try to compile as much as possible. Again, as mentioned, much welcome runs. Paris seeming to take a liking to the leg spin of Fontanelli in that over. He completes his 8th. 29 overs done. 106 for 4. Paris would. 2 new batters out there with a rebuild necessary for Barbados. So sticking with the same bowlers, we've seen quite a bit of Bishop and Fontanelli from either end. Skipper Theo Edwards sticking with the bowlers that have picked up wickets for the Windwards. Big wickets, and looking to sneak in, get a couple more here. He's given them some short deliveries, Bishop. Some opportunities to put away runs off of the bat. They'll take all the extras they can get as well, Barbados. Wide again, overcompensating Bishop. Dangerous line to go down that leg side. Backward square, he's inside the circle. A deep backward square directly behind him on the boundary. Anything fine of that field at backward square, resulting in runs. Slowing it up through the air now is Bishop. Mixing it up nicely. Seen a couple arm balls, a couple quicker deliveries. Seems to be an expert of off spin, right-handed or left-handed. You can see the ploy. It's very clever bowling from Bishop. Skiddling in a couple at good pace. And then just holding back a couple as well. Slower through the air. Forcing Wood to wait on it that fraction of a second longer. This time coming through for a single again. Directed would have been interesting. And this is going to run through all the way for 4 overthrows. In the end, should result in 5 runs. They did complete it. They did complete that first single. The second one looks to be Venner. It's a bit shorter. Rushing Wood on this occasion. Set off immediately. Was straight to the fielder. Decent effort in the end, but just slipping past that left glove of Jonathan Daniel. And again, much welcome runs. So slowly starting to flow after the loss of a couple wickets. Barbados have crossed that 100 mark. Move on to 113 for 4. So point comes in, catching for the left-handed Paris. It's really close in there. That man, Damali Phillips. And as mentioned, have to be sharp inside of the circle. Not giving much short deliveries to the left-hander though, Aravinda Bishop. This occasion is short, wide outside line of the off stump. Again, first slip in place, backward point. Almost as well, he's almost in a catching position. Waiting for anything peeling off the outside edge. That point in close, cover on the boundary, short extra cover. Oh, beating the outside edge. Getting nicely forward as Paris. A bit too short. Just rising. Beating that outside edge. Prodigious spin on offer as well for Bishop. Getting the extra revs on it to end off his 7th over. He's taken 2 for 25. Brings us now to the end of 30 with the squad 113 for 4. Paris bringing in Much welcomed runs for Barbados. Fontanelli will continue. Seems as though he's gonna bowl 10 on a trot from the southern end. So new batter Wood. Long off comes into the circle. Only deep fielder. Deep mid wicket. Flighted and driving his Wood straight to that field, that extra cover. He's not going to get any easy singles. Not going to find it easy to get off strike. Tight fielding ring being formed on the offside for the new batter Wood. This time managing to get back and across, finding that gap backward of square. A couple of runs on offer at least. Huge gap being afforded backward of square. 3 dot balls to start, finally breaking the pressure somewhat. Shaylon Wood getting a couple, moving on to 7. Matches Paris at 7. Both batters still relatively new, so looking to rotate the strike. Driving aerial and straight to the man at mid-off. What a way to give up your wicket. A full toss. Struck it well, but managed to pick out that fielder at mid-off and a simple catch in the end. Just when Barbados was starting to slowly find themselves back with a way in the game. Runs started flowing, but now 5th wicket goes. Shaylon Wood got off to an okay start. Fontanelli, he picks up his 2nd. And Barbados seeing problems. They will have a bit of work to do now with the ball in hand. Of course, we would give them no doubts in terms of managing to pull back. This man here, Raphael Lovell, striding out to bat. He was excellent with the ball on Tuesday. Paris picking up those 3 wickets as well. Branford and Harding excellent with the new ball in hand. So still very much in it, Barbados, but losing vital wickets, vital runs being left out there. Wickets we have seen Barbados lose thus far have not necessarily been due to excellent bowling by Winwards. They've managed to maintain pressure, keep tight line and lengths, bowl dot deliveries. But some rather soft dismissals, very full deliveries. Would have fancied his chances of beating that man in mid-off. Left-handed Raphael Lovell joins the left-handed Justin Paris out there. Again, a lot of work to do. Decent foundation, but wickets falling around them. And Fontanelli, he strikes again. Bishop doing good work on the other end now. Fontanelli matching him, picking up a couple of wickets. Still has 1 over left. Deep mid-wicket drops back out for the left-handed Paris, Lovell. And left well by Lovell outside line of the off-stump. Signal a wide by umpire Sandy. So regardless, he has been giving away a couple extras, a few runs, a couple boundaries. Fontanelli coming back, picking up those 2 big wickets. So a successful over comes to an end now. 5 wickets down for Barbados to score 116 after 31. Jordan Graham, the standout performer thus far, scoring that 45. An excellent innings, excellent building and foundations. He and Wiggins found it hard out there in the first 5 or 6 overs with the ball moving around. Managed to weather the storm. But again, it's these middle overs in the game. Some strategizing, some planning needed to be done by the coaching staff. Need to figure out exactly what needs to be accomplished through these middle overs. Trying to limit fall of wickets. So Bishop, obviously, he'll continue doing excellent work from this northern end. No need for skipper Edward to take him off at this point in time. Slip still in place. That point still in place, catching. Short and cutting away, managing, spinning just past that field at point. Won't go for 4, couple of runs on offer. And so finally Paris, he's tried to play a few of those deliveries a bit late outside line of the off stump, just to get it past that field at point, to get it fine enough to beat backward point. Successfully does it. A couple more runs onto the board. Bishop won't mind that, with that point fielder in there catching and first step as well. Would encourage him to play at anything outside the line of the off stump. Could create a chance. Nicely defended by Paris. You can see in his setup, has his front elbow pointed straight down the wicket, a commanding position. He's looked excellent in terms of technique thus far. Paris would need to add as much as possible to the score. He's the man of the moment for Barbados so far. It seems needs to pull a big knock in here. Short and wide, not going to bother him, Paris, on that occasion. Full toss worked away. Doesn't get past that man at short mid-wicket, but are able to come through for a single. Raphael Lovell, he needs to provide a supporting role to Paris here. He's been middling the ball fine thus far. Cannot afford to lose any more wickets through this middle stage. Has to stick in, Raphael Lovell. Vital importance these next few overs. Lovell, lackadaisical leaving, looking very cool outside the line of the off stump thus far. Needs to keep defensive mindset while still putting away the bad deliveries. But at this point, sticking in is what's most important for Barbados. Faster one. He managed to get some bat on it. There was a huge gap. Again, no fielders. Fine of that fielder at deep mid-wicket. Any bat on that would have resulted in runs. But again, would take the extras. Barbados. Flighting, and this occasion again down the leg side. Again, Lovell not managing to get any contact on it. So Bishop and Fontanelli proved to be a tad bit expensive, but of course picking up those important wickets. 4 wickets between the two spinners. Driving is Lovell. Solid end to the over from Aravinda. Bishop completes his 8th. Couple more left. Brings us now to the end of 32. Scored 121 for 5. So Fontanelli to continue from the southern, and he'll complete his spell. 10 overs thus far. 36 for 2. Will be looking to pick up another one in his last over. He'll come up against Paris, who has seemed up to the task so far. Deep mid-wicket and the fast bowler Fanis. So out here on the boundary, short at deep mid-wicket. Only fielder outside of the circle, save for a deep backward square. Haven't been very busy. Fielders square of the wicket, playing very much in the V's Barbados thus far. Seen a couple big hits over mid-wicket. Protection is still afforded in case. Nicely played, working it into the gap wide of the mid-on fielder. Singles would not hurt Barbados right now by any means. They will just look to get through. This last over of Fontanelli's bowled well. Looked dangerous. Flighted nicely, well played by Lovell. not getting forced into his eyes lighting up and trying to play any big shots, maintaining their composure out there thus far, Lovell and Paris. Very flighted. Bit aerial job short of that fielder at mid-on, directed, and he would have been gone for sure. So Paris again, he's seen the rough bite of that wicket for the second time in the game. Again, a diving effort required to make it back. Wouldn't have been enough if it was a direct hit, a very full delivery. So Fontenelli, decent spell, comes to an end, picking up a couple of wickets. 37 for 2, 10 overs. Done and dusted for Fontenelli. Bishop still has overs left from the other end. We move now to the end of 33. The squad 122 for 5. Paris, he's still out there doing as much as he can. Lovell providing a defensive supporting role, exactly what's necessary in the circumstances. So Paris remaining on strike. Aravinda Bishop has looked very dangerous thus far. Still 2 overs left in his spell. He's bowled a couple of loose deliveries, but picked up 2 big wickets, picked up 2 vital wickets. Still an attacking field on the offside. Skipper Theo Edward maintaining that pressure. That's what the field is there for. Not going to allow any simple singles through that offside. First slip still in place. Backward point. Point in line with the crease. Cover on the 30-yard, short extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Yeah, not going to get much. Bishop, so long as he keeps that ball on or around off stump, turning away from the left-handers. Only short mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket offering protection on that leg side. Overcompensating, trying to ensure he keeps it on the offside. It's been quite a few extras from Bishop thus far. Mid-wicket adjusts, comes a bit wider. Very full aerial, managing to place the gap. And that one goes into the boundary for 4. Another boundary for Paris. Loose deliveries now from Bishop. Would feel as though all these boundary scoring are just runs leaking, considering the commanding position that they have in the game at this point in time. But an excellent shot. Paris proving himself. So far moves on to 15 off of 23. This is a good innings from Justin Paris. Came in with the team in a spot of butter, to say the least. Managing to somewhat claw it back. And well left outside the line of the off stump. Again goes through keeper Jonathan Daniel. Signal dead ball by umpire Candice Laborde in the end. No shot attempted from Paris. That's why he was reluctant to take off for the single. Not going to count in the end. They'll switch ends. So Jonathan Daniel getting away with one on this occasion. He's let a couple of byes go through. Again beating the outside edge. Good line and length. Aravinda Bishop. He's gone for 5 off of the over thus far, but managed to compile those 4 dot balls. Last ball for the second drinks break is taken. Short and defended nicely. No need to do anything extravagant to end off the last over before the drinks break. Barbados found themselves in some problems. Come back somewhat, but Windwards would still feel very much in this game. Come to the end of 34 overs here at Inchinali Park in Presal. Barbados under 17 boys are 127 for 5. We'll take a short break and join you back with Resumption in action. So, resumption of play now. Straight back into the game after the drinks break. Barbados 127 for 5, 34 done. Change in bowling now, of course. Fontanelli, bowler's allotment of 10. It's Desron Mitchell now from the southern end. So again, middle overs have proved to be problematic for the batters in this first innings here in Chenally Park in Presal. So similar work being done by Barbados in the field on Tuesday had Guyana in a much more difficult position. 128 already on the board, still 5 wickets in hand. Even though Windwards have clawed themselves back, Barbados will still feel very much in the game, especially with that man Justin Paris out there He's on 16 off of 27. Full, and this is nice batting from both Lovell and Paris, recognizing the field has dropped. Long and long off are back on the boundary ropes for the new bowler Mitchell. So just stroking it straight down the ground, rotating the strike. Paris seems to do it with both bat and ball in hand. So a bit of mystery spin. It's a bit of mystery spin from Desron Mitchell. Similar action to Sunil Narain. Very straight up, very silky bowling action. Seems to be moving it both ways. So a very interesting over. Desron Mitchell is to have a very interesting bowling action as well. Very excited to see what he can do coming down into the latter stages of this innings. Excellent work being done already by Bishop and Fontanelli. Hope to join his fellow spinners and getting his name on the score sheet for at least a couple wickets today. But Paris doing well out there. Again, Barbados looked a bit precarious, but managing to stick it out. So 15 more overs left. This first innings for Barbados. Already a decent position, 130 for 5. Jordan Graham would have felt hard done not to get to that half-century milestone. But it's all thanks to him that Barbados are in the position that they are in. Got off to an excellent start. So he's proved have an important part to play thus far. Could have been much worse, especially skipper Bowens going without scoring was a huge loss for Barbados. Pushing a bit is Lovell. Nice work from Bishop, just dragging his length back ever so slightly. Get that ball moving away from the outside edge of Lovell. So Bishop maintaining that pressure. Seen quite a few dot balls in the innings thus far. Do tend to bring wickets, especially in the limited formats of the game. Getting a bit too full now, Bishop. Just dragged his length back for the first couple overs. For the first couple balls of the over, and Lovell was finding it hard to stretch out and meet the pitch of the ball. Was getting beaten outside the line of the off stump. Drags it back too much this time, and aerial for a second. We spoke about those 2-point fielders being in contention for a catch, but just managing to dissect a tiny gap between them. Was hit aerially, but I think they might have been able to jump and catch it had it been straight at them, but a bad delivery gets punished. And that's the end of the spell. Not the way he would have wanted to end it from Aravinda Bishop. Built up all the pressure, bowled 5 dot deliveries. Still a very, very good spell. 2 wickets for 39 runs. Matching his bowling partner, Fontanelli, on the other end. So Barbados have managed to negotiate 20 overs of good bowling between Bishop and Fontanelli. Hard work has been done thus far. Through these middle overs, we're starting to get into the latter stage of the game where Barbados can think about pushing the scoring rate a bit. Still 5 wickets left in the hut. Deep mid wicket drops back. Again, long on, long off, straight back. Very commendable batting out there from Paris and Lovell. The rotation of the strike. Not giving away their wickets, while still managing to keep the scoreboard ticking ever upwards. Reaching to that 150 mark. That in itself would be a decent score. considering the rain delay, considering the conditions, and that will help ever so much more. Raphael Lovell finally getting into the action. A lovely shot, just waited on it a fraction of a second longer outside the line of the off stump, timing it nicely and beating that man at the point position. So Barbados, they're doing well to claw their way back into the game. Both left-handers, Lovell and Paris. Some good work out there, some good rebuilding, exactly what would have been necessary. Full and pulled away. That's going to go over the boundary ropes eventually. A diving effort being made by that man at the backward square. That's where he has been positioned all day, waiting for that catch. That was the chance, but connected nicely by Lovell. Very full delivery. And hitting with the breeze. Just managed to get about enough of it. Have a look at that delivery. Very, very full. Just managed to get enough on it. Was a lot closer than it looked. Almost got a hand to that. In the end, it's a valuable 6 runs added to the scoreboard. Lovell moves on to 16 in quick fire time. 16 off of 17. His partner Paris has faced 30 deliveries. He's now on 17. We have a short delay as they currently look for the ball. Made its way back behind the pavilion. So we have the entire staff, both on-field umpires, match referee Mr. Avinash Narain, as well as Miss Power. Everybody out there looking. Not the first time we've lost the ball out on this leg side. Another decent size 6. First 6 we saw from Higgins was absolutely enormous, but Bowens outdid him yesterday. Managed to almost clear the entire car park. So these 6s have proven very useful to getting the scoreboard ticking over, moving closer now to 150. With the rain delays, the fall in wickets, Barbados are doing very, very well, keeping the scoreboard moving over. Projected score still remains under 200, was above 200 in the first few overs with the start that Wiggins and Graham would have gotten off to. Dropped to under 200, but right now currently at 199. As you can see the evidence as the run rate as well slowly picks back up. You can see the evidence of the hard work being done out there by Lovell and Paris. Definitely putting in an overtime shift for their team. So discussions can be held. So we have a short break in play. Discussions between the Windwards fielders, determining exactly what needs to be done as we come to the latter stage of the innings. A couple wickets would prove very, very fruitful. Would certainly make things interesting coming down to the end. But you'd have to say, with Raphael Lovell and Justin Paris, if they remain out there, just about 7 or so overs to go, Barbados will feel as though they're in very much of a commanding position. Just to remind you, Winwards were bowled out for under 150 by Trinidad and Tobago under 17. And there's clear evidence of the potential, the talent that does exist within this Barbados bowling lineup. So with runs on the board, scoreboard pressure, Lovell and Paris can continue to build. Barbados going into the second innings with ball in hand feel as though they can continue their excellent start to the tournament. Very, very, for those of who would have watched and supported Barbados, would have watched the game against Guyana, was well and truly about as convincing a performance that there could have been. Bowl out for 106, chased down short fire time. Skipper Bowen making a 50 to go along with his 2 or 3 catches behind the stumps. Went about as perfectly as it could have done for Barbados. This occasion being sent into bat first, did well bowling first in that first innings against Guyana, sent into bat first, saw some struggles, but eventually that mindset that these Bajans have shown thus far early stages in this tournament, quite a force to contend with early on. And Lovell and Paris keeping things ticking over, making it a bit easier, the equation for Barbados when they come out with ball in hand in that second innings. So finally ball has been recovered. Mitchell has it in hand. Conceded a couple of boundaries, Paris got off strike with that first ball of the over, and then Raphael Lovell, 2 excellent shots, a 4 and a 6. And now defensive, excellent batting from Lovell. Got 10 runs off the last 2 deliveries. No need to push anything further in this over. Mitchell gave them a couple bad balls. That's all they were asking for. Short, and Lovell could have looked to get a bit deeper in his crease. Move across to the offside and pull it. There's that fielder, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, but would have gotten a couple of runs. Excellent technical ability being shown by both batters out there, getting full forward, reaching to the pitch of the ball, covering the spin. A very good over now, possibly the best they've had all game for Barbados. 4 and a 6 in the over. Sharon Mitchell got off to an okay start, leaked a bit in that over, so at the end of 37, inch closer to that 40 over mark, where you'd have to feel things may start getting a bit different in terms of strategy being employed by 2 teams. The further 3 overs for Lovell and Paris to negotiate. And of course, that man Bishop is keeping things interesting at that northern end. Now there has to be a change in bowling. Bishop concluding his 10 overs. It's the skipper himself, Theo Edwards. So adjustments in field still. First slip being employed. Sweeper on the offside was dropped back to the boundary. He'll now come into the 30-yard circle. Long off will go back. So deep mid-wicket, long off, the only 2 fielders outside of the circle. And again, a tight ring being formed on this outside, on this offside. Backward point in line with the crease. Cover on the 30-yard, short extra cover, and of course that long off being pushed back. It's Paris on strike, looking to go with soft hands outside the line of the off stump. Theo Edwards, he's up and revving. Need to put in a decent shift here with the ball in hand to try to pull Windwards back somewhat. Paris is going to be a big wicket out there. Very commendable at this youth level, the under 17 level. Batters getting full forward, getting a full stride into the spinners, meeting the pitch of a delivery, and they make it look so easy to then stay compact in a defensive shape. This one a bit fuller, trying to drive it down the ground, looking for those singles. Floated through the air, nicely stroked back down the ground for a single. Brings Raphael Lovell onto strike. He's looked ready to accelerate a bit, not taking any chances but putting away those bad deliveries very expertly. It's well left, very smart, very intelligent, showing their cricketing knowledge. Both batters out there, no need to go attacking any wide deliveries. It's full and offers them the chance again. Would take all the singles that they can get. Seems as though it's pretty easy work right now for Barbados with those 2 batters out there, rotating the strike very nicely, making it look very easy in fact. And so a quick fire 38 over comes to an end. Scored 147 for 5. So just offering bit of an update. Leeward Islands versus Guyana, of course, taking place across there in Gilbert Park, California as well, not far from here. All 3 grounds, 3 venues being utilized, just about 10 or 15 minutes within each other. So that's why you would have also noticed rain in one game usually translates to rain across other couple of games. We've been getting some rainy weather. It's rainy season, of course, in Trinidad and Tobago. So it'll be Tyler Venner. Got off to an excellent start with the ball in hand for his first 3 or so overs. Was a bit expensive in those last 2. Come back on. He's bowling around the wicket to left-handed Lovell, angling it back in as well as getting some help it back in with the breeze. Driving nicely, Lovell. Picked the gap beautifully. Is that going to run into the boundaries for 4? You bet it is. What a shot. That might be the best of the evening we've seen thus far from Lovell. Made it look so easy. The timing there to find that gap past that sweeper fielder on the boundary. Placed it perfectly off the middle of the bat. And Lovell and Paris putting on somewhat of a show out there. Very, very classy, very technical batters. Tyler Venner is under a bit of pressure early on, back into his second spell. Short and played nicely. Have a look at this batting from Lovell and Paris, putting away the bad deliveries, then rotating the strike, playing each ball on their merit, making it look so easy out there. Gets them over 150. That boundary would have brought up the 150 for 5. Very commendable work. How the top order of the Barbados unit would be thanking Paris and Lovell at this point in time. 18 off of 34, 22 off of 24. Putting on much valuable runs, getting their eyes in now. It's not by chance that they're playing this way. Their eyes are in. Turning over the strike nicely. So yes, a bit of an update. Leeward Islands into the last 4 overs of their innings. The first innings, they're at 194 for 5. Guyana under 17 yet to bat. Trinidad and Tobago still batting, still into the first innings there as well. Crossing the National Cricket Centre in Couva. Currently at 163 for 5. 34 overs done. Oh, well played again by Parrish. Just opening that face, playing that ball long to third man. Winwards would need to take a wicket now, need to dismiss one of these batters. They're doing so well out there. It's gotten a bit flat. Winwards were raring. Did some excellent work in the middle overs to pull the game back very much in their favor. Lovell and Paris standing up to the task very well. Bennett to complete his over. Good delivery, dot ball to complete. So now at the end of 39, another good over. They keep building to Barbados. So at the end of 39, he scored 154 for 5. So skipper Theo Edward, who'll continue from this sudden and had a good starting over. Got through his over very quickly. Something that we noticed from the Bajan bowling unit. Their change over, the length of time in between overs and during overs was exceptional. Seemed as though we were calling the end of the over every 3 or 4 minutes. Seemed as though they rushed the guy and his batters. Managed to cause that calamitous collapse through the middle overs. And getting through his overs quickly, skipper Theo Edward looking to put the pressure on Barbados. Paris, he remains ever watchful. Roles have switched somewhat. Paris was the aggressor, Lovell was providing support. Switched that, turned it completely on its head. Beating the outside edge. This is good bowling from Theo Edward. Just needs to keep that solid line and length outside line of the off stump. Get that ball beating the outside edge of Paris. Swan runs on off a bit shorter from Edwards. Still that tight-knit feel on the offside. They've managed to pace it a couple times, Lovell and Paris. Switching it up this time. Maybe would have thought about a quick single. Edwards delivering from well behind the popping crease. Of course, that strategy just causes the delivery to take that fraction of a second longer to reach the batter, trying to force a bit of missed timing. But Lovell, he's unmoved. Come now to the end of 40, into the latter stage of the game. 10 overs left. Score at 155 for 5. So Venner will more likely than not complete his spell from this southern end. It's already bowled 6 overs. Left-handed batter. Cover is set deep on the boundary. Mid on inside the circle. Third man fine leg. As well as that deep backward square has been employed all game by skipper Edward. It's keeping a bit low. We have seen some unpredictable bounce from this wicket here at Presal. Managing to get off strike, managing to keep the strike turning over. Exactly what the Windwards would need. A few dot balls, build back up the pressure somewhat. Lovell and Paris making easy work of it out there. Turning over the strike very nicely. Edwards spreading the field, allowing the singles on twos. Short and nicely played by Lovell, rising with the bounce, resulting yet another single. Barbados cohort, the travelling support, be very happy at the way they managed to come back into the game. Looked a bit precarious for a few overs there. Excellent work being done by the Winwards. It's a lovely shot, cream through the offside. The sweeper did come around a bit square. I'm not going to get the same result that Lovell got in the over prior, but showing their prowess through the offside, opening the face of the bat nicely to find the gaps. Looking to go big. You felt as though it was coming eventually. Lovell, his patience has been outstanding thus far, putting away all the bad deliveries, just looking to get that bit more aggressive now coming into the latter stages of the game. Set up very nice at this point in time for Barbados, over 150, still 5 wickets left in hand. Goes now straight to the fielder, however. Deep fielder there in cover, only a single in the end, but starting to get aggressive. The game is potentially going to open up a bit here. As Barbados move on to 159 for 5, 9 overs left. course, commendations to the ground staff here at Inchinali Park in Presal. Did have a bit of rain earlier, thanks to their speedy, timely work. No overs lost. Getting a full day of cricket. There's been a lot of rain here, as mentioned prior, in Cuba, Trinidad and Tobago. But we've been starving for cricket. Not just the staff, not just the supporting staff, the players themselves. They were ready to go. Guyana and Trinidad were on Sunday here rather. Match was abandoned without bowling a ball. Guyana had some problems. Had to stop in that game against Barbados in their first innings. So Edward, the skipper, to continue from this northern end. First step still in place. Delivers from well behind the crease, and you can see the result of that change up. You can see how early Lovell went after that ball. Played that almost a whole second early. Theo Edwards releasing from just behind the popping crease. It's exactly the result he would have been looking for. Saw it from the left-handed Bishop early on in the innings. This one runs on off short and wide outside line of the off stump. Excellent work by that point fielder. In the end, doing a bit too much. Bouncing the ball off of himself, coming through for that second run. So runs keep flowing for Barbados. They would look likely, would be expecting to get at least close to 200. Considering only a further 40 runs required. 8 overs left, 5 wickets in hand. 200 would be an excellent score. Prove hard work for Winwards, and Lovell looking to get as much as possible, but again, excellent Theo Edward. He's been on point with his fielding play, with his field placement all game thus far. Still recognizing couple dot balls, not looking to hit any big shots. Keep the strike turning over. Could expect to get a couple bad deliveries as we near the end of the game. Deliveries to put away. Paris and Lovell doing very well out there, building up a very decent partnership as well, it must be mentioned. Again, well behind the crease, but this time Paris, he's not fooled. Short and wide outside line of the off stump. Waited on it, was Parising on this occasion and played over the infield. Nobody outside of the 30-yard circle on that offside. Brings up the 50 partnership very convincingly. That was delivered well behind the crease from Theo Edwards. Waited on it. You can see Paris is waiting that extra second longer over the infield. Much welcome boundary again. Oh, lovely shot, but lovely fielding as well. Edward mixing it up very, very nicely. Paris would have loved to squeeze that through the gap, pick up a second boundary in the over, but brings us now to the end of 42. Barbados motoring along very nicely at 166 for 5. So an innings saving performance from Paris and Lovell. Paris from the start was on top of the bowling. Lovell took his time to get in, then started scoring at a much faster rate than Paris. And bringing up that 50 partnership. So Lovell on strike. Venner to continue into his 8th over. I mean, true for a quick single, very well run in the end. But Lovell, you can see against the pace of Venner, just looking to get a bit aggressive, looking to free his hands and go straight back. Have to say, Lovell, he's hit the ball so well so far. He manages to connect with that, freeing his arms to go straight back. We'll see another massive hit. Can see the thought process, very intelligent batting. Heard the frustration, just wanted to turn that into the gap, get a single. Very smart batting from Paris and Lovell, not looking to overdo it. Just keep the score turning over very, very nicely. Long off now, drops back onto the boundary. Again, he's been utilizing backward of point to get those singles, just waiting on it, opening the face. And Lovell, he's been looking to get aggressive against Fenner. Has just about 3 deliveries before we complete the 43rd. Of course, 7 would be left after. Third man, fine leg on the boundary. Mid-off. Now comes into the circle. Runs again, extras again. Down the leg side, Venner. Surprising move by skipper Edward. Bringing in third man, fine leg. Considering the temperament, the mood that Lovell is in right now, is looking to go aggressive straight back. Be licking his lips. It just needs to clear that 30-yard circle. Nicely played again. Back with a point, coming through for a single. Been milking the bowling, finding the gaps very, very nicely. Seems as though Windwards have not quite found the answer yet. This batting from Paris and Lovell, making very easy work of it out there. So skipper Bowen's match winning 50 on Tuesday, essentially. First game that Guyana would have played. Left a lot to be desired out there. But Paris and Lovell picking up the slack, to say the least. Slower ball again. Nicely played Paris, looking to just play it very fine. So now we come to the end of 43. Still, Paris and Lovell out there have made their way to the top of the scoreboard, just underneath. Excellent 45 from Graham. So they've managed to work themselves into a very dominant position now. Barbados, a further 30 runs to get to 200. It seems as though they may even get in excess of that. Lovell looking to get aggressive. Edward has been bowling a good line and like mixing up things very nicely, but keeping the line and length outside off stump, choosing to remain attacking. Again, that ring inside of the 30-yard, nobody outside of the circle. On that offside, save for that fielder at long off, and this one goes through the keeper again. Couple of runs on offer would be buys eventually, but you can see the strategy by Lovell, recognizing that Theo Edwards is keeping it full outside the line of the off stump. And very surprising this late in the game, remaining attacking Theo Edward. But Lovell will know all he has to do is go aerial over that 30-yard circle on the offside. Runs on offer. Trying to go, gets it over that fielder at deep mid-wicket. A bit of a chase on that fielder coming across. A wild throw. Potentially thought about going through for that third. It's good batting. Good shot selection. Both Lovell and Paris. Coming down the wicket, that's a big hit straight back. Going over that field at mid-on, straight into the sideboard. Another big 6 by Raphael Lovell. Coming down the wicket, using his feet very nicely, ensuring to cover the turn, so as to not get beat outside line of the off stump and stumped. Long on would have been interested for a second, but the power that Lovell possesses, similar to Wiggins, similar to skipper Bowens. Managing again to clear the boundary ropes. We've seen quite a few sixes now in this innings for Barbados. Moving on to 181 for 5. Lovell is scoring at will, it seems. Moves on to 37 off of 40. Again through the offside. A good shot, but not being able to find a gap. Has to go aerial. They do have a tight ring on that offside inside the 30 yard. It's going to be tough to find a gap along the ground. Using his feet, and why on this occasion? Jonathan Daniel. That's another big chance going a begging. Lovell using his feet on this occasion, not covering the turn. Was a lot of turn and just keeping low Theo Edward. And another chance, Daniel back there. Stumping chance was on offer. Lovell, can he take advantage of that? Long on long off. Still on the boundary. Deep mid wicket in place. 3 fielders in the deep. Of course, we are in the third power play of the innings. 5 fielders allowed outside of the circle. Skipper Edward off of his own bowling, choosing to remain attacking. Bit of an expensive one. Now come to the end of 44 with the score at 181 for 5. So Venner again. Theo Edward not choosing to switch up much. So essentially 10 on a trot from Fontanelli. Bishop would have changed ends, but bowled quite a good chunk of overs through that middle. Now electing to go back to that strike bowler, Tyler Venner. Opening bowler from the south end. And it's Paris on strike, 27 off of 48. Again, looking this time will result in runs. Too close to the keeper, but fumble. They come through for a single. Paris, he's only needed to play a supporting role. So what about the bowlers? Bubbling around a bit there in the outfield. Extra runs being taken. Started off by Raphael Lovell coming in and playing that supporting role. Paris played some very elegant shots, especially through the offside. Since then, Paris, all he has to do seems as though just get off strike, and Lovell taking up the reins. Just look to get aggressive against Venner. So good delivery, struck powerfully back. Long off outside of the circle, but mid-on still remains inside. Lovell, that was the one he was waiting for. Yet another gorgeous drive over extra cover. We've been treated to a clinic of inside-out shots. Yet another aerial over extra cover, racing into the boundary ropes for 4. Quite apparent the strength that these Bajan batters do possess through the offside. Yet another boundary. Has been looking to put away one of these deliveries from Venner. Finally gets that one. Moves on to 41 off of 46. Fine leg comes into the circle. Will drop mid on back to long on. Sweep on the offside, as well as third man remaining on the boundary. The backward square. Staple fielding position today. So Venner, he's been a tad expensive today, not being able to pick up a wicket. His spinning compatriots provided good support. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Yorker coming down into the latter stages of the innings. Such a vital and important delivery. If it goes wrong, can result in runs, but so difficult to get it away. Not much scoring opportunities if you can nail that Yorker ball after ball. So Venner to complete his 9th over. So again, a switch in field. Short mid wicket comes across to a forward square leg position, and deep backward square would move across the deep mid wicket, protecting the boundaries, allowing the single inside of the circle. It's a very good delivery, very good end to the over from Venner. Coming out to the end of 45, only 5 more left. Lovell and Paris motoring along ever so nicely, 186 for 5. Current run rate moving again above 4. Projected score moving above 200, so back into pole position it seems. Barbados 200 is a very competitive score. Considering in Shanali Park, the wicket does have a tendency to deteriorate a bit coming down into the latter stages of games. So Winwards will be up against it. And talented bowling lineup of Barbados. Absolutely essential to get off to a good start, as did Barbados early on in this first innings. Proved to be successful for them in the end. Skipper Edward to continue, looking to free his arms, Paris. So another change in field. Sweeper does drop back. Very, very square, almost a deep point. Cover inside the circle, extra cover, backward point. Still the first slip being employed by skipper Edward. Sweeping away would result in runs off of the top edge. Straight back over the keeper's head. They'll come back for the second. But again, a lot of runs on offer. Square of the wicket. Long off on the boundary. Short mid-wicket as well as a deep mid-wicket in place. But anything that's going fine of that deep mid-wicket, resulting in at least a couple. Huge gap being afforded backward of square. Trying to go for that big shot. Trying to play it over the head of that fielder's shot. Mid-wicket coming through for a single in the end. But Lovell, he's in a destructive mood. He's on 41 off of 49. Will be eyeing up a half century with a big shot potentially as well. Edward has been keeping a decent, working those ones and twos, but now Lovell, he's getting into his work, using his feet beautifully, meeting the pitch of the delivery, and again another lovely inside out shot. It's been said that that's famously one of the hardest shots to play in cricket. Tell that to Lovell, and Paris executed it so perfectly thus far. So Edward looking to come back after conceding a couple of boundaries in his last 2 overs. From behind the crease on this time. And again, exemplary batting, having just hit a boundary. Playing it backward of square, getting off strike. Lovell moves on to 46. So Edward to complete his 5th over. It's been a tad expensive. Score moving on to 194 for 5. Aerial, but that's going to land safe, going over that fielder's short mid-wicket. They are aware of the big gap, coming through for a second run. Excellent running again out there in the middle. So the end now of 46, nearing ever closer. Seems very accomplishable now. In excess of 200 runs, a further 4 overs left. Barbados 196 for 5. This is an update. Leeward Islands have completed their first innings, currently in the innings break, scoring a mammoth total of 226 for 6. So work will be cut out for Guyana. They haven't had the greatest start to the tournament thus far. It's not going to get any easier. Crossing the National Cricket Centre, Hoover, Trinidad and Tobago. First innings still underway, 188 for 7. They're entering the last stage of the game, 10 overs left. Of course, further rain delay as well. So Leeward's been lucky, been blessed with sunshine at Gilbert Park. Completed their first innings. We're nearing the end of our first innings. Trinidad and Tobago still have a further 10 overs to go. But all the action right here in Shanali Park. A very interesting matchup. Lovell is going absolutely guns. Opening bowler Venner to complete his spell. And Lovell aerial again. This one going straight to that fielder at long off land safely. Not quite being able to find a gap on this occasion, but they've done it ever so well. Raising the ball over that extra cover fielding position has resulted in quite a number of boundaries. Lovell moves on to 47. Stepping down the wicket, short delivery by Venner was to be expected, but well over his head. Umpire Candice Laborde there at square leg signals a wide delivery. So looking to get a bit creative, exactly what we would have expected from Paris and Lovell. Got off to such an excellent start, built such a good foundation, can afford to get creative and expansive. Taking a step down the wicket again. This is aerial and straight into the hands of the long off fielder. Very, very easy catch completed in the end. Paris, you can't blame him, looking to get a bit aggressive as we draw to the closing stages of this innings. Barbados lose their 6th wicket, but in a completely different circumstance. Runs are on the board. Paris has done all he could, connected with it well, but not having to move the long off fielder. So Paris, Windwards finally see the back of him for 33 off of 53 deliveries. Scored 198 for 6 wickets now. And Venner, he finally gets his name into the wickets column. It's his first wicket of the game. Also sees the entry of Rajiv Parasuram. Joins Lovell out there. All he would be looking to do is get that man Rafael Lovell on to strike. He's on 47 off of 52 deliveries. Stroking the ball very nicely. So when we saw the last wicket fall, Winwards were very much on top. Felt as though the momentum was changing into their favor. Now a completely different situation, completely different circumstance. Barbados too shy of 200 runs. Only now lose that wicket. An excellent partnership out there in the middle from Paris and Lovell. They still have to do it with the ball as well. We can't forget that Paris and Lovell both apply their trade as spinners. Seems as though they have a case to move up the order potentially after the performance today. Slower ball striking the pad will get through for a quick single again. Vital runs. Score moving on to 199 for 6. Skipper Bowens would be so impressed and happy with what he has seen out there from his batting unit. Very much picking up the slack, turning over the strike, putting away the bad deliveries. It has been so professional from Barbados so far. Another excellent Yorker. That's the delivery that Venner would have the most success with if he can manage to nail them ball after ball. Of course, only one more ball left in his spell. He's gone for 43, picked up that one big wicket of Paris. Can he end big? Of course, Lovell will be looking to end big as well. And he's given him Lovell trying to go big, head in the air, trying to go straight back over that cow corner region, and is not able to get his 50 in the end. Seems as though it was an outside edge. And so 2 wickets coming in quick fire time for the Winwards, but the damage has been done by Barbados, getting to 199 for now 7. Still a further 3 overs left in the day's play as the rains slowly start to come down here in Presal. We'll have to wait for an update. So far, game continuing, a further 3 overs left. Barbados commanding position. Now Paris and Lovell have to go. See the back of 2 excellent knocks. Should feel very proud of what they have accomplished for their team. Was in a spot of bother. Now 2 new batters, Jahidi Hines, Rajiv Parisuram. Stride out there into the middle. umpire staying out there. Or third umpire Avinash Narain making his way to the edge of the boundary with an umbrella in hand rather, but not looking to stop play now. If we can quickly get through these last 3 overs and break for lunch, might be able to wait out the rain. Again, it's not set up very overcast. There are a bit of clouds in the sky, but not much dark clouds to speak of. It's definitely a passing cloud. So enduring the rains, runs were flowing for Barbados in the sunshine all along. How can they end off in this last 3 overs? Hines, left-handed strike. Left-handed Hines, he's on strike. Oh, very, very quick. That's not going to stop. Into the boundary ropes for 4. We'll wait for the signal from umpire Laborde. It's wide. So 4 wides. Glasgow got off to an excellent start, picking up the first wicket of the game in his 6 overs. Very economical, but very pacey. And going down the leg side, no amount of chasing was going to catch up with that, even with the outfield collecting some weather. And just as we say it, umpire Laborde, umpire Sandy, calling us off of the field. The rain has just come down a bit too hard to continue proceedings. Is slowing down. Ground staff remaining on the edge of the boundary rope, seeing exactly what the call is about to be. Well, the rain is actually started to come down a bit harder, but now umpire Sandy letting the know, you can see him on the screen, letting the ground staff know to stay on the edge of the boundary as it slowly starts to fade away. Essentially a light drizzle slowly fading away into nothingness. So umpire Laborde keeping the ground staff as well as our camera operators very, very busy here looking for any sign of rain. But thankfully, passing cloud does pass, and we will be able to resume to conclude Barbados bringing up that 204 for 7. That last delivery, that last 5 wides. And so we'll start all over. Glasgow will start all over, rolling that 1 extra. So the rains are clear. Cool breeze now drifting across the ground. 3 overs left to complete. Barbados in pole position. Anything they can get now would feel in excess of a good total. And Glasgow, he has some coming back to do. Bowl ever so well in his first spell. So economical. That's nicely played. There is a big gap. At least 2 on offer. Deep mid-wicket would come around and tidy it up. A good piece of work. And so off the mark, Parisuram. This one drifting down the leg side. Was there a bit of bat on that? Potentially coming back through for the second. And judging by the reaction, umpire Laborde signaling thigh pad. Leg buys in the end rather. But again, letting another one slip through. Jonathan Daniel, of course, a bit of moisture would be out there now. But need to keep it tight. Barbados have pulled it back ever so well. A lovely Yorker. Nailing those Yorkers has been proven to be fruitful. So Elron Glasgow somewhat has been the pick of the Pacers today. How he would love to pick up a couple, maybe 1 wicket in the end, but more importantly, stem the flow of runs. Sweep on the offside is on the boundary. Short and pulled away. There is a fielder long on. And takes an excellent catch. A bit of misjudgment coming off of the background of the dark clouds. Had to dive in at the end. And another excellent catch being effected at long on. And just as it was mentioned, striking on this occasion. And that sees the fall of now the 8th wicket for Barbados. Still very much in an excellent position considering how they would have started. Parasuram has to go. So So Asher Branford, opening fast bowler, joins Hines out there. Not a fast bowler. Looking to conclude the innings well for Barbados. Again, long on, long off, back on the boundary. Sweeper on the offside on the boundary, as well as a deep mid wicket. Skipper Theo Edwards still not electing to use his full cohort outside of the circle. Only those 4 mentioned currently outside the circle of an allotted 5. So still looking to stem the singles and twos inside the circle while protecting the boundaries. Theo Edward, of course, Glasgow would replace him on this end. Third man now drops back, so 4 inside the circle. Using his defense as much as possible. This is excellent bowling by Glasgow. Is so good. Rather surprising actually that the skipper would have chosen to take him off. Of course, bringing on Bishop on from that end would have picked up a couple of wickets, but Glasgow, he's only bowled 7, would end up with an over extra. He's taken 2 for 22 thus far. Excellent bowling. It's a lovely drive from Branford into that field and sweeper. Of course, they would look for 2, chancing the arm. And lovely running. We can hear the support coming in from the Bajan supporters, the parents across there under the tent. They've been behind the side since the beginning of this tournament and would be very, very happy with how Tuesday went and how today is going for them. Bit of a shaky middle period for Barbados, but 210 for 8 looks very good on the scoreboard. Still a further 2 overs left. So Winwards definitely will have their work cut out for them in that second innings. Barbados bowling unit was so clinical as well. Of course, that man Lovell and Paris themselves scoring runs, so they still have a chance to get their name on the board with the ball as well. So 2 overs left. One from this southern end, one from the northern end. Appears to be that opening bowler, Bjorn Fannis. He's going to switch ends, taking up the ball from Tyler Venner on the southern end. Need to slam the floor of runs. Anything now would feel as extra for Barbados. So had a decent start to the game, Fannis, alongside Venner. Played nicely, looking for a single. Mix up in communication directed would have been interesting. Of course, looking to get as much as possible. Those quick singles coming back for 2 on the arm. He can use the pace of the fast bowlers here. Anything square of the wicket. Third man is on the boundary, but fine leg inside the circle. Deep mid wicket. A big gap being afforded on that leg side. Lovely running between the wickets again. Score moves on. 211 for 8. Hines getting off the mark, 1 off 2. Again, beyond Fannis as well. Not bowling his full court. Venner, the only pace bowler to get in 10 overs today. Took a step down the wicket, Branford. Perhaps putting Fannis off a little bit. Another welcome extra for Barbados. Long on, long off are on the boundary. In addition to that sweeper we keep mentioning on the offside, as well as that deep mid wicket. Of course, third man making up those 5 players outside of the circle. not quite being able to pick up any big shots so far. Branford and Hines pitching up, making it a bit difficult to get under the ball. This is played nicely again in that gap. Just fine of points. Spoke about the runs on offer there. True for the second in the end. So continuing to build upon a good score, Barbados. Still an over left after these 3 deliveries. Oh, they would have loved to have that man Lovell out there. Was striking the ball so nicely. A couple monstrous hits. But Branford and Hines, the singles and twos will help. Played nicely into the gap, a bit of soft hands, getting it past that point fielder. Excellent work there. And third man, they were looking for the second, but Desron Mitchell can get a chance to continue his bowling efforts. Was a bit expensive of the few overs that he did bowl. Winwards will be looking to stem as much as possible. Singles will hurt. Not the worst thing in the world, but keeps acclimating. Oh, that's an excellent piece of fielding there. An extra cover, pulling it back somewhat. To be that man, Eller and Glasgow. Diving on it very nicely. That would have been another single. Winwards have done well in the field, have bowled well also. But Barbados, it was just too much to contend with. Paris and Lovell building up that partnership through the middle overs, scoring at will. So a big hit to end up the over. This one is a bit aerial, coming in mid-on, mid-off. Mid-on calls for it, and another catch completed in that mid-on region. Seems like almost a magnet. Of course, not going to fault Hines there by any means. Needs to go big with one more over left in. Not quite picking it up, and another good catch being completed. They've been excellent in the field thus far. The Windwards, they scored 215 for 9, 1 over left. So the other fast bowler joins fast bowler out there. Harding and Branford only have an over. So it would be a satisfying first inning performance from Barbados. Of course, losing those 9 wickets, but still managing to keep the score ticking over. Winwards would need to take a page out of their book, putting away the bad deliveries as well as keep the strike rotating. So Zarel Harding to join Asher Bradford out there. Last wicket pair for Barbados. Of course, only the 1 over would be looking to go as big as possible. Glasgow, he'll come back on. End up bowling 8 overs. Thus far, figures are 24 for 2. So sweeper out on the offside. Long on, long off. Deep mid wicket. Fine leg in position. This is towards deep mid wicket. Not going to be a catch, dropping just short. And a good piece of work to judge the spin there. That's Bartholomew. Stretched out that one hand. Knew the ball would be spinning away off of the outside edge. And saving 3 runs there, definitely. Bartholomew. Glasgow, that was one to go with though. They do have protection in a fine leg and deep backward square. But hitting with the breeze. It's classy from Harding to get off the mark. Barbados unit appreciated that, know how vital every single is. So putting on runs, last pair partnership for the 4 balls left in the innings. Going off the outside edge, maybe more runs on offer, not to be. Well, in the end, they would get through for a single, coming back for the second. So appears to be Bishop, a simple catch put down. Our third man again peeling off the outside edge would have been carrying a lot of revs of spin on it. But Bishop settled himself, went straight through and narrowly managing to make it to the other end as well, Brantford. So 2 runs that should not have been on offer. Eventually Barbados moving on to 219 for 9, 3 balls left. Walking down the wicket, Brantford getting a hand on it. Glasgow still was only going to be a single. So very pleased with what they have seen out there. Barbados, Winwards didn't do too bad at all, had an excellent spell through those middle overs, but just picking it back up. Barbados. And a further 2 balls left as the rain starts pouring down again. It's a good delivery, full and wide outside line of the off stump. Only a further 1 delivery left as the groundsmen start to get the covers ready. So I expect we would rush through this over and then break for lunch. Again, it seems as though it is a passing cloud. So we should be back with action on the back of the lunch break. Full 50 overs for Winwards, of course. Have the man himself, Mr. Rudy, here to do any DLS calculations necessary. As this one is aerial, may drop safely. A bit of running needed by that long off fielder, and has he completed a rather bizarre catch in the end? Yes, he does. Had a couple goes at it and again would save an extra couple of runs. So in the end, Barbados, eventually the Windwards managing to get all 10 wickets. Have a look at that piece of work. But it's been excellent fielding straight back by those fielders at long on, long off. And so at the end of 50 overs, very exciting first innings. Barbados under 17 boys will finish at a very commanding score of 220 for 10 off of their 50 allotted overs. We'll join you back in the second innings where the Windward under 17 would need a further 221 runs in their 50 overs. So we're back here. It's going to be the second innings of this game. A very exciting first innings. Barbados in a commanding position. 220 for 10 off of their allotment of 50 overs. We did have, as you would have seen on the stream, a bit of rain, and that lunch delay managed to finish off that first innings right before anything came down. And again, thanks to the tireless work, the ground staff here at Inchinali Park in Presal getting started off again right on time. And we do have 50 overs in the second inning, so no DLS, no shortened format. We have a full game of cricket here. And Windwards very much have their work cut out for them now. So umpires have made their way out. Some umpire Sandy adjusting the stumps. Umpire Candice Laborde presiding at that northern end. Bajans are out there. Windward batters now making their way out into the middle. Just an update. Rain across in National Cricket Centre in Couva, Trinidad and Tobago. Into their last over, 49 overs bowled, scored 232 for 9. So a bit of calculations necessary across there. Similar situation. Leeward Islands got through their 50 overs. Currently the innings break. Scored 227 for 6. Skipper Francis scored 74 from 99, leading from the front. And from the front here today, Windward's opening batters will need to lead. Here's to be the vice skipper. Captain Edwards to take strike. Skipper Theo Edwards would need to take a page rather, of the book of Francis. That's 74 from the front. Definitely a couple big scores needed by these Windward Island batters. And we're ready to go. Will be Asher Branford from this northern end. Theo Edwards up on strike. And here we go into the second innings. 221 required and 300. And immediately into an extra. Similar way started the first innings. Branford just getting his radar about him. It's Bartholomew, man whose name is a bit too long to fit in our graphic. Sad the non-strikers, and so first runs off the board courtesy of an extra. Played very nicely. Fine leg is in position. Third man fine leg. The two fielders outside of the circle. But that's the first runs off the bat. Theo Edwards, the skipper, getting off the mark immediately. So first slip in place. The big man Wiggins himself situated there. Usually takes up that first slip position. You can see just to the left of the frame. Not a gully. Point fielder in there at backward point, just inside the 30-yard circle, looking for anything peeling off the edge. Employed a slip on a gully. Theo Edward throughout almost the entirety of that first innings. But Barbados, as we had seen in that game on Tuesday, only the first slip. Two captains out there sharing a bit of a moment. Rather Bartholomew on strike, collecting that lash. Skipper Bowens up to him, letting him know the situation. Of course, Bajans would be famous having some ferocious fast bowlers. Branford and Harding certainly proved that thus far. Fiery starts so far. Hopefully for their sake they can get off to much of the same today. Oh, stepping down the wicket, Bartholomew. Took a one slight step down the wicket again. Salashi has to collect this one. Significantly more painful, it seems. Sensitive area. But they have to be up to the task today. Would take a few licks, not just in terms of physically. It's going to be tough going out there. So Bartholomew finding himself in a spot of bother early doors here. Asher Branford getting straight into his work. Comes through at quite a decent pace. I don't think the last man we would need to tell that to is Bartholomew himself, facing it first hand. It's not going to be pleasant. We'll obviously take short break and play to allow him to recover. Physios making their way out into the field. Bag of ice. Not the greatest start. Windwards obviously getting runs on the board, but for Bartholomew, feel a bit hard done out there, knowing that you have to remain focused, have to remain concentrated to chase down the significant total. Seems to be in quite a bit of pain. Glad to see the smile on his face, of course. It's always funny when it doesn't happen to you. Bajan players also sporting smiles on their face. Bartholomew taking his time to recover. Skipper Edward, not much consolation he can offer him. Oh, at that end, we're finally ready to begin again. Bartholomew, he's ready to go. Umpire Sandy as well has a smile on his face. I don't think Wiggins and Skipper Bowens back there is going to let him forget that one at all. But Bartholomew now needs to get back into the frame of mind, know exactly what he needs to do. Get back that concentration. Brantford after, as we said, it's been a fiery start for him on Tuesday, a fiery start again today. Bartholomew, how will potentially might have just at the back of his mind trying to avoid taking another lash like that. Back on the way, Brantford in. Oh, down the wicket. What a shot by Bartholomew. Have some of that. You hit, I hit. Exactly the philosophy that Bartholomew used there. Walking down the wicket. Absolutely through the kitchen sink at it. A big gap again being afforded through that cover point region. And the Winwards cohort squad sat at this pavilion. They enjoyed that. We were interested to see how Bartholomew himself is going to overcome. Took a step down on his first two balls. Step down there, connected beautifully. It's the first boundary of the game. Bartholomew off the mark. Very exciting early on. Bartholomew understanding that the pressure is on him. Taking that lash, smoking Brantford through the covers for forward and just pulling out, letting the Bajans know you are not on top at this particular moment in time. They can continue at this rate that they would have begun with. Wider single on that boundary. It's a loud appeal. Brantford, he looked convinced immediately. Nothing doing for umpire on the board. This is a very interesting battle here between Bartholomew and Brantford. Both trying to get on top of each other. You can see that definitely going down the leg side. We got a very exciting first innings. We're only 5 deliveries into this one. It's provided ample excitement thus far. Brantford to conclude his first over from this northern end. It's a lovely shot by Brantford. Lovely timing on that through the gap. Well, mid-on fielder would usually be coming through for the second in the end. So we saw those Bajan batters showing off their class early on here. Edwards and Bartholomew doing much of the same. So we come now to the end of the first over. Score at 9 without loss. Just have a look at that required run rate. Just around 4.5, just under, of course, current run rate. Not going to read into that too much. Of course, only the first over. But as long as they can maintain getting about 4 runs and over, considering how many wickets are down, Windwards, it is an uphill task, not impossible or improbable by any means. Bartholomew and Edward determined to get them off to a good start. It's been a decent start thus far. And Harding now from the southern end. Another zippy pacer. So we mentioned Barbados in those first 6 overs. Had a bit to contend with. in terms of movement off of the wicket, movement through the air. Of course, not as overcast now. Wicket taking some beating. It's not going to move as much through the air as earlier when it was overcast and the breeze was blowing through very strongly. It has since died down, but still going to be difficult as this wicket slowly starts to deteriorate. Some balls will be keeping low, some of them just kicking above the edge of the batter. Harding, what a shot! Stand and deliver. Well, I feel as though Barbados are up against it now. Have a look at that shot. Not the greatest delivery, but authority. Put away with authority. Racing into the boundary ropes for 4. Theo Edward. Bartholomew getting off to an excellent start. It almost as if Branford and Harding didn't know what hit them. Getting off to a very attacking start. Theo Edward, he knew exactly how good that last shot was. Unmoved. So it's an excellent start. A fiery start here for the Windwards. This is lovely pace by Harding though. Just dragging it back a bit. You can see the motion by Edward. Just kicking off the surface a bit. Managed to rise with the bounce on that last delivery. Stroked it beautifully for 4. As I mentioned, you're going to have to remain watchful. Can't take every ball on its merit. Some of those are going to be kicking. We saw evidence of that on Tuesday. There's still that big gap being afforded. Through cover, full slip. Third man fine leg on the boundary, as well as a big gap square of the wicket on the leg side. Oh, cut away. Third man is going to come in. Can he on? It's a... Oh, and I thought he had managed to just grab at it right before it hit the ground. But not the best look. It's an excellent shot, but managed to find third man a bit of misjudgment. That's why the ball ended up dying on him. That's the Branford fast bowling partner. That would have been a big wicket considering the start. Theo Edward looking to get as attacking as possible. It's a huge chance going for Barbados. This brings Bartholomew back on the strike. This is good. This is good. This is really interesting battle. Bartholomew and Edwards not shying away from anything short. Stamping their authority all over the opening bowlers thus far. Of course, still into the second over, but it's a fiery start. But Harding, he's coming back equally with as much fire. Bowling a very, very good pace, banging it in short. Again, a bit surprising. Only a first slip in place. Considering balls should be moving a tad bit away from the right-handers, as well as a brand new ball, of course, from either end in the 50 over format. So the Winwards, they elected to have a slip on a gully. Usually regional tournaments, they do tend to have a bit more of an attacking feel, especially for the opening fast bowlers. Only the slip. Higgins himself, he's there waiting to pounce on any catch. Third man fine leg on the boundary. It's a lovely shot again through that gap in cover. Not quite timed as nicely as he would have liked. They'll come back for the second. But in the same sense that Paris and Lovell made it look so easy out there. So far, Bartholomew and Edward seems as though they're on top immediately. We come to the end of 2. Winwards very much flying with the squad 15 without loss. So Guyana in the game against Leewards would have gotten their second innings underway. Just 2 overs gone, 7 for none. Of course, chasing 217 for victory. Brantford continues with good pace. Seemed as though an inside edge onto pad. Drifting down to fine leg coming through for that single. Jamaica just gotten their second innings on the way. Still in the first over. Scored 6 without loss. Chasing 227. It's tough going for Jamaica thus far. Haven't gotten a win in the tournament. It's going to be tough work against Trinidad and Tobago. Considering all 3 teams in the competition today posting totals of 200 plus. Very, very exciting day of cricket to say the least. Oh, and bowled him. That's a beautiful delivery. Bartholomew looking to get aggressive again. Looking to go over the offside. Gets his off stump rocked back. And that'll be the first wicket to fall. Brantford, what a delivery. Rather his leg stump just swinging back in. Of course, the breeze pushing ball back in as well. But it's a beautiful delivery through bat and pad. Just clipping the top of leg stump through. Truly an aesthetic wicket. And the first is down. Winwards 16 for 1. 2.2 gone. Bartholomew looked to get very aggressive on this occasion. Eyes would have lit up. Saw it pitched up. Tried to go hard straight back. But have a look at that movement back in. Brantford, an excellent fast bowler. Showing off all his quality there. So after a decent start for Bartholomew, decent start for Winwards, first wicket to fall sees Jonathan Daniel, man with the gloves, coming in at 1 down with quite a bit of pressure now, considering Brantford and Harding bowling an excellent pace, very quick through the air, getting the ball to move nicely. Would feel very much as though he got it back there after being walked down to crash through the offside. Coming back and taking his wicket in the very next over. Worked away nicely down to that fielder. Fine leg. So off the mark immediately is Daniel. Barbados would be up and rearing now, though. They knew they would know they just needed to find that first breakthrough. Make things a bit more difficult for the Winwards, and considering runs on the board, Edward is going to have a big hand to play here today. He's already started off well, scoring at above a run a ball. Oh, loud appeal, Barbados. They look very, very threatening. Seems as though they're red up. You can see the reaction. Both the bowler and all the fielders. That one look close, very, very full. Runs, no signal by umpire aboard. Have to assume inside edge because Brantford, he was off and running. Expected that finger to go up. But the inside edge is saving Edward. So this is now seems very problematic for the Winwards. Barbados, we know the talent they possess, and they already seem as though they're up and ready to go. Ooh, trying to drive again. They've maintained an attacking mindset. So they got out there. Not sure if that's the strategy that's 100% necessary. Maybe could be the strategy that they choose to make it a bit easier for themselves. They can't do it just rotating the strike. Of course, singles would do it. Quite less than a run a ball, but consider the way that Barbados went about the game on Tuesday in terms of their bowling effort. Seems as though it's going to be a huge uphill climb for the Winwards. Brantford getting that ball to move so nicely back into the right-handed batters. No ball signal by umpire aboard would result in a free hit. So Brantford seems as though he almost tired himself out running to appeal. Now just overstepping. Welcomes a chance now for Jonathan Daniel to release the pressure a bit. They built it up so nicely after a good start from the Winwards. Short delivery just over that field, that extra cover. Lovely shot, rocking back, playing it aerial, getting 4 runs. So a good end to the over after picking up that wicket. Branford. Winwards managed to end it off with a boundary. So we come to the end of 3. Moving through again. Spoke about in the first innings how quickly Barbados, quickly they turn over, change over in between overs and during overs. We are already through 3 overs. That's with the addition of having to chase a few balls to the boundary. Score 23 for 1. So again, still leaving that gap open square of the wicket, through cover, through mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, inside the circle. Third man fine leg, polar opposites there on the boundary. Bit of shuffling again now. So an even bigger gap now opens up on that onside, but plugging that cover position on this offside now. Oh, lovely shot. Just as they plug that gap. No use. Not necessary, it seems. Lovely shot by Theo Edward. Have to say, any West Indies scouts having a look at this game, what a game we have been treated to thus far. Shots through the offside have been so elegant, so classy. And well and truly, Harding seems as though his pace is getting on top of the batters, but they also seem up to the task, dispatching those balls with just a bit of width. Sweeper now drops off on the offside. Skipper Bones would have predicted that shot outside line of the off stump, but it was so beautifully placed by Skipper Edward. Flicked away nicely backward of square. Fine leg just came inside the circle to allow the sweeper to drop out. Theo Edward, we call him Mr. 360 already, has recognized changes in fields. Recognized on this occasion, just need to find that gap forward of the fine leg fielder inside the circle. And Branford would have been charging in from the other end. Doesn't quite have the pace to get down there. So Theo Edward has been showing off almost thus far. A lot of flourish in his batting. It's looked very, very good so far. But Harding would back himself to be able to come back with a good delivery. Still first slip and play, sweeper out on the boundary. Short and cracked away again. This time protection is out there, but rising to the bounce so nicely, Theo Edward. And keep turning over the strike. It's been an excellent start from the Windwards thus far. Don't think Barbados would have predicted this. So ticking it down very, very quickly indeed. Going at 9.14 and over. Barbados, I don't think their run rate would have climbed above 5. Winwards making easy work thus far. Short again. Soft hands. Not carrying through to that fielder. They're at point first slip, of course. We're waiting for those balls just prodded at short outside line of the off stump. Harding, he does employ that short delivery quite often, but it seems as though the Windwards is not troubling them much outside line of the off stump. Of course, an incredible delivery that he does bowl. Really difficult to play those rising outside the line of the off stump. That's well left, coming through with a lovely pace. Jonathan Daniel not afraid to get on the front foot. This is a really, really good battle we're seeing out here early on in this innings. Nicely played, looking for that quick single. Excellent running in the end. They may get more than one. Skipper Edward has to hustle a bit. Directed would have been gone for sure. Makes it safe in the end. Good calling though, managing to place it in the gap. Score moves on to 34 for 1. We're through 4 overs now. Winwards making easy work so far. Still a long way to go. Must say Barbados, both the players, staff, all the supporters have brought such an excellent vibe to pre-sal to Inchinali Park. And listening to music, showing their support. They have not stopped supporting from off of the field. Well and truly enjoying themselves, Barbados. Of course, would be looking to retain the title again this year. Gotten off to a flyer of a start. This is a very important game in terms of the context. Still 2 more to play after this. Lovely shot down the ground into the gap. Only resulting in a single, and then Trinidad and Tobago as well gotten off to an excellent start so far. So it's going to be tight at the top. Of course, bonus points do come into play. Barbados would have been hoping to win the toss, bowl first, restrict Windwards rather to a small total as they did to Guyana and make it quickly, but not to be. Windwards have done pretty well so far in terms of all-around performance. Oh, the rise, the extra bounce off of the surface. Getting the ball to move nicely off of the seam. Both Branford and Harding. Both experienced fast bowlers, quality fast bowlers. The top of the order for Barbados, of course. That man Lovell Paris. Can't mention their names enough. They still have coming with ball in hand. Would expect at least one of them first change. It's going to be tough going. Lovell bowls tight lines and lengths. Paris manages to pick up those wickets. Need to remain vigilant, need to remain concentrated out there. Windward batters, they don't have the luxury, so to speak, of playing with their wickets, as Barbados didn't mind losing those wickets coming down to the end, knowing that they already had amassed a good score. With more wickets fall, Barbados would feel so they're getting more and more on top of the Windwards. So very necessary to build partnerships, stick it out there. Daniel and Edward, this is going to be an important first wicket partnership. Bartholomew looked to get them off to a great start. Started off like flying. An excellent delivery. Branford managing to come back. It's lovely bowling. Tight lines and lengths. Decent pace outside line of the off stump. So first step still in place, but employing now almost a fly slip. Short third man in position there. That swipe outside the line of the off stump. Of course, that gap still available through cover. Keeps trying to target that gap, Daniel. Loud appeal, umpire aboard, unmoved. Just keeps getting beat outside line of the off stump. Can't make contact. Anything wide of those fielders at point and extra cover runs for sure. Of course, first slip, waiting for those catches, waiting for that outside edge. Bowens himself did excellent work on Tuesday. 3 odd catches. Hoping to get himself involved with the game today. Didn't score, was supported well by his teammates. Be hoping to help out behind the wicket. Driving is Daniel, finding the gap on this occasion. It's going to take some chasing. Too much legs on it in the end. Makes his way into the boundary rope for 4. Lovely shot down on one knee. Playing that square drive. Jonathan Daniel had been looking for that all over, but on this occasion, waiting a fraction of a second longer. Managing to connect very sweetly. So a decent over from Branford again comes to an end with a boundary. Through 5 overs now, the Windward Islands are 39 for 1. Harding to continue. Again, deep cover is dropped out to the boundary rope. Fine leg inside the circle. Third man on the boundary as well. He's been drifting slightly down the leg side, and of course that short length that he's bowling, it'll be easy pickings. Edward already finding that gap. Of course, fine leg in the circle, square leg in the circle. And only other fielder is that man you just saw to the left of your frame, situated there in mid-on. So a huge gap being afforded. Again, just forward a square leg. Excellent running now. So chances available for boundaries, but of course the more aggressive they get, the more chance that Barbados would feel. Can take a wicket, pinch another quick one. So Daniel comes on to strike now. Aerial, what a beautiful shot. About as picturesque as you can get. We've seen a few excellent shots, namely those over extra cover. But let's have a look back at it again. Slightly pitched up. What an on drive there by Daniel. That's a beautiful shot. And I keep saying it, I don't think I can say it enough. We have been treated to an excellent display of batting here by both sides. Some excellent drives. Cheeky from Daniel, flicking down the leg side. And again, that's going to be 4 more. Pace of Harding. Just get any bat on it and beating that fielder who just dropped back to fine leg. So again, aggressive batting. It's working out. Still can't get over that lovely shot over mid-on. Followed up by a nice getting inside the line of the delivery. Playing it very fine. Back-to-back boundaries. Harding is finding himself a bit up against it early on. That one again, playing it soft hands, just past Wiggins at first slip. Third man, of course, still in the deep. So another switch now for Theo Edward. Sweeper drops out, fine leg comes into the circle. Daniel, fine leg going out, but Barbados seems as though they can't contend thus far with Edward and Daniel. They're managing to manipulate the field so well. Bowens was impeccable with his fielding position and placement on Tuesday. Coming up against it now, Edward and Daniel. That brings us now to the end of 6. Almost to the 50-run mark already. The score 49 for 1. Moving along so nicely, the Windward Islands. It's not just the power that they do possess, it's the technical aspect. Almost near perfect shots we've seen thus far off the middle of the bat. Putting on a clinic, definitely taking a page out of that Barbados first innings. Pacers very much up against it early on here. Edward and Daniel, seems as though they're almost playing a different game. So the equation continues to get smaller for the Winwards. Right run rate dropping to under 4 now. Daniel on strike. Ranford to continue. Both fast bowlers a bit frustrated. Be looking to come back well. Driving again is Daniel. This time finding that point fielder again. That big gap through cover. Third man out on the boundary. As well as a fine leg. Backwards square inside the circle. Short mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover point. And of course that first slip. Sport continues to pour in for Barbados. Coaching staff, players sat in the dugout as well as the supporters gathered underneath the tents. They know how important it is for Barbados to pick up a few wickets now. Bowens tries to continue to encourage his troops. One thing about Barbados, they've kept an excellent energy about them on the field. Continuing to support. Famous call of work boys. Famous Bayesian call coming in from the supporters. A lot of work needs to be done, especially in the mood that Daniel and Edwards displayed thus far, looking to go at absolutely anything that's offered. Any width, any full delivery, just getting their hands through it and placing it so well. Branford, however, it's a good comeback so far. 3 dots in the over. Pressure continues to build for Barbados. Daniel looking to go again. That's a bit sloppy from Lovell in the field. Not what Branford would have wanted. Built up the pressure against Daniel. Now he's able to get off of strike. And so 50 comes up with that single. 50 for 1 inside of 7 overs. Knocking off these runs very quickly. Theo Edwards, Jonathan Daniel. Windwards in a very commanding position. Oh, and looking to come through for a quick single. Chance at the keeper's end. Again, directed would have been interesting, but he's very quick, isn't he? Jonathan Daniel made his way down in a flash, and so another single. Good rotation of strike. Branford is giving it his all out there. Seems as though some fatigue already starting to set in. Daniel and Edwards making easy work, rotating the strike nicely. Putting away those bad deliveries with ease. So another quick fire over. Tensions just starting to rise a tiny bit out there. Branford not one to shy away from confrontation. Of course, all good fast bowlers have that quality. Daniel and Edward getting the frustration rising for Barbados. So a change in bowling, similar change. So what we would have seen on Tuesday, it's Hines to replace Harding from the southern end. Bowling a lovely pace, but combating it nicely was Daniel and Edwards. Ended up being a bit expensive. So a change in bowling, medium pace of Hines. Very, very reliable bowler through the middle stages. Very economical. Manages to pick up a couple of wickets as well. So still, skipper Bowens remains very attacking. Third man fine, like the only 2 fielders outside of the circle. Again, a big gap through that mid-wicket region with Wood coming across into this cover. It's a good delivery, good start from Hines. Edward, he has been so willing to go after these drives. First change in bowling. We saw in that first innings, change in bowling by skipper Edward eventually brought about loss of 3 or 4 wickets in the middle overs there. This is good line and length. Excellent start from Hines so far. 6 deliveries in that spot. Edward would find it hard to maintain his scoring rate. Of course, it gets ever so easier for the 170 runs required. Winward staff will be counting them down one by one by one. Not giving him any width. Keeping it very, very tight, Hines. keeping it economical, building the pressure somewhat. In his first over, Hines Edward off the field would look to get on top of him eventually. But this is really good bowling, forcing him back on this occasion. Has to maintain his defensive style. Edward, nothing loose from Hines thus far. It's a lovely delivery. Edward, for the first time in the over, thought he had some width. That ball just rising above the outside edge, getting good bonks off of the surface as well. So Harding a bit expensive in his opening spell. Hines has completely turned that on his head from the southern end here. Cracking it through the gap. Not result in a boundary. Mid-on will come around, tidy it up, but spoiling the maiden in the end. There's Theo Edward, but an excellent start to his spell from Jahidi Hines. Only one from the over. 8 overs done. 52 for 1. Both batters there complementing each other. Well, exactly. Both 21 off of 20 deliveries. Tried run rate stays at 4.2, 4.02. As long as they keep it just on or around 3, 4, 5, depending on the amount of wickets they have left in the hut, Winwards would feel like they have an excellent chance. It seemed as though Barbados played so well in that first innings. It was going to be tough for the Winwards to come back out and get a good start against these bowlers, but get a good start they certainly have done. Bradford continues. Again, looking for the drive, Edward. He's peeling off that inside edge, fielded that backward square. So slowly and surely, Barbados working their way back into the game. Slowly but surely, support gets louder. Players out on the field get louder. As they build the pressure. Edward been doing so well out there, leading from the front thus far. Flicked away, just past that fielder at the backward square. Fine leg will come around and tidy it up. Only a single in the end. So Brantford again creating those chances. So already picked up the first wicket of the game, first and only. Be hoping he can add to that tally. Third man fine leg still outside of the circle. Of course, a further 1.4 overs left until we get to the end of the first power play. Driving again, not quite making good contact. Another close chance. Thus far, seen a few shies at the stumps. Direct hits would have done it. Yet to see that happen. Edward just looking to rotate the strike. Understands that Bradford has gotten a bit tighter compared to his first few overs. Not giving him as much loose balls now. Beating the outside edge. It's an excellent comeback over from Brantford. Only conceding 2 thus far. Again, was a bit expensive. Edward was completely taking the attack to the opening fast bowlers, but pulling it back somewhat now. Barbados. And of course, we keep having to mention middle overs in the 50 over format. Always a really tricky time period to negotiate. Not quite sure what the strategy is. So slowly starting to near those middle overs, and exactly as we would have said, Barbados slowly starting to pull it back. Flicking it on the leg side. Fine leg is there, but nothing he can do. What a shot. Bit of improvisation from Theo Edward. One bounce into the boundary ropes for 4. So a good over from Brantford. Slightly spoiled. It's not to say he even went down the leg side. Shuffling across was Edward manufacturing that shot, and value for that shot in the end. Brings us now to the end of 9, scored 58 for 1. Edward moves on to 26 off of 25, scoring very freely. Jonathan Daniel as well, 22 off of 21. So final over before the power play. Hines will continue. Oh, a bit of a slip in the outfield allows for them to come through for a single. So clearly still a bit of evidence that moisture is present, not just on the surface, but surface of the grass as well. Loud appeal, but going down the leg side will come through for a quick single. Wait for the signal by umpire. Sandy leg buys in the end. Obviously still a lot of time left in this innings. Can't quite predict exactly what's going to happen, but Windwards getting off to such a good start. So long as they keep building partnerships out there, not lose too many wickets, look very favorable. Take the victory today. Oh, up in the air, up in the air. Mid-on is under it and completes a very, very simple catch in the end. Soft dismissal. Skipper Bowens runs past him and lets him know that's the end of the innings. A huge wicket there. Keeper Daniel has to go, trying to work it through the onside off of the leading edge, and just about as easy as it could be. Catch completed by Shahidi Harding in the end. And so a very, very good cameo played out there by Daniel. But a big wicket now to fall. I'm not quite sure. I think he thought it was angling down the leg side and just straightened up on him. Spooned it straight up into the air. Mid-off. Did not have to go around much. Very, very soft dismissal. Simple catch in the end. So new batsman Damali Phillips walks out there to join skipper Theo Edward. Barbados very much have their tails up. Seen such great intensity being shown out there in the field when it comes to the Barbados fielding unit. Keep the pressure on, keep supporting, as well as letting the batters know, giving them a bit of stick, which I don't think have any problem with this level at all. Keeping the pressure on. Barbados getting back into the game now. So Hines picks up his first wicket, successful again. Was very economical on Tuesday again. Excellent start today. So left-handed Damali Phillips. First ball to face up to Hines. There's 3 more left in the over. Would complete the first power play. Good bowling from Hines. Trinidad and Tobago starting to get into their work at NCC. Jamaica already 38 for 2. 7.4 gone. Crossing Gilbert Park. The Guyana batting already lost the wicket. 39 for 1 after 8.3. Of course, this is the second innings. So another successful over for Barbados comes to an end. We come to the end of 10. Score at 60 for 2. Run rate exactly a runner ball. Required run rate still remains 4.03. So going along very nicely, building that foundation that's necessary. But now, change in bowling we have been waiting for. Lovell coming in from this northern end was so good, so economical. In addition to picking up a couple of wickets on Tuesday, did ever so well with the bat today, just falling short of that half-century milestone. But new batter Damali Philip, Theo Edward, spin out there doing very well. New foe to face, new combination to work out. So deep mid wicket on the boundary ropes, sweep on the offside, long on, long off, rather just long off on the boundary. Still that first slip being employed. Skipper Bowens remaining attacking while defending the boundaries. Of course, still under a runner ball required. So Lovell, that's the line and link. Could grow accustomed with him. Seems as though he's able to put 4 or 5 out of 6 on that spot, just back of a length at a decent pace. He's spinning away from the right-handed Edward. Short and cut away into the gap. Was that fielder out there in the deep. So now through these middle overs, the Windwards 2 wickets down, but they can look to do similar to what Barbados did in that first innings. Just turn over the strike, put away the bad deliveries, try not to lose too many wickets through these middle stage of the game. It would set things up very, very nicely. Barbados won't mind these dot balls. Try to build the pressure as much as possible. Oh, hit the pad. Is that good? Yes, it is. Looked very, very good. Strided forward and got hit on that front pad. Lovell, he strikes immediately, adding his name onto the wickets column as well as the runs. Yeah, seemed pretty dead there. Umpire aboard, no hesitation. So Barbados getting on top of the game. An excellent start by the Windwards. Skipper Edward, he's still out there. But Phillips just came out there and has to go. Brings Jamie Wickham out to the crease. Just have a look at that LBW again, striding down the wicket, just underestimating the turn. Lovell was off immediately. Spinning back in, striking that front pad. Not much else umpire Laborde could do but raise a finger immediately. So Lovell strikes immediately in his first over, exactly what Barbados would have wanted. 3 wickets now down for the Windward, 61 for 3. But of course, that man Theo Edward, as long as he's out there, Windwards would feel they would have every much of a chance. Come home victorious in the end, but Lovell and Paris is going to be really, really tough going again. Haven't got necessarily into the middle of the game, but wickets starting to tumble. Oh, and immediately Lovell could have been on a hat-trick. Still maybe a chance at the non-strikers end. Peeling off the outside edge of the new batter, Jamie Wickham. And that man Wiggins has been starving for a catch there in first. Oh, and just off to his right. That was a chance, a huge chance going up begging. He's been waiting there. Wiggins has not had much to do behind the keeper. This occasion, Lovell missing out on a chance to potentially take a hat-trick. I don't think he'll be done as yet. However, only one over bowled, 9 more to go. Tough going for the Windwards now. Edwards back onto strike, maintaining his defense. So a very, very successful over immediately. Raphael Lovell taking that wicket. 2 runs off of the over. 62 for 3 after 11 gone. Lovell just walking across, sharing an embrace with Wiggins. Knew that that was a huge chance. But they would not have their heads down. Barbados know that they would be able to have every chance to pull back this game. And that man Wiggins back there, he'll be looking to gobble up any catches he can find now. Make amends somewhat. Hines to continue from the southern end. He'll go around the wicket. Left-handed Jamie Wickham already gifted a chance. Hines economical as ever, hitting those line and lengths. About as perfect as it could be. Back of a length, just outside the line of the off stump. The batters thinking whether to play, whether not to play. Potentially getting the outside edge involved. Oh, what a delivery. Taking a hit on this occasion. Wickham, good pace on it as well. And a bit of a fumble in the deep. Seems as though eventually he managed to save the boundary. We'll update you on that. But Wickham, that's a ferocious delivery from Hines. All of a sudden, bounce and pace. Taking a page out of his partner Harding. So good work done in the end. Some confusion in the middle. So whether it was 4 or not, so they will only come through for a single. Skipper Theo Edward on strike. Don't think Wickham would complain too much after receiving that ferocious delivery. Well, with good pace now, but this is nicely played into the gap. Call is 2, should be 2 in the end. Eventually, not quite taking that first one quick enough. Something we'd seen all game. Not sure if it's due to the nature of the moisture in the outfield, just slowing things up a bit. Wickham is on 2 of 3. Edward moves on to 28 off of 30. Again, targets still very much achievable, but wickets are falling now. Short again to Wickham. Just backing away. Pushing his hands out at it. So Hines getting very, very aggressive in terms of his lengths. Injection of pace as well out of almost nowhere it seems. Shot again, aerial for a second there. Would have been interested in a caught and bowl. Just rushing Wickham somewhat. Not quite as well equipped to deal with the short ball as skipper Theo Edward on the other end. We would have seen him staying low, then rising with the bounce, getting his elbow and his head almost as much over the ball as possible. Covering the line. And then timing, of course, have a lot to do with it. Wickham needs to cover the line and raise with the delivery. Seems as though he's backing away somewhat, just throwing the hands at it to conclude. Stood over. Shot again and again. Peeling off that outside edge past that man. At first up Wiggins down to third. So creating chances, Hines bowling at an express pace. So we come now to the end of 12. Scored 65 for 3. Winwards got off to such an excellent start. It's good work by Lovell and Hines, pulling the game back very much in Barbados' favour. So Lovell to continue. Wickham, left-handed Wickham on strike. Deep backward square, deep mid-wicket put out in place early on. Well played opening the face. Couple potentially on offer. Wickham was looking to charge now at the non-strike end. In addition, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on the boundary, mid off in the circle, sweeper, cover in the boundary. Just as I say that, long off goes back, deep backward square, comes in for the left-handed, the right-handed Theo Edward. Just peeling off the outside edge, past Wickham at first, should result in at least a couple of runs. 2 completed successfully in the end. Is again a big gap. It's long on deep mid-wicket position, but anything fine of that deep mid-wicket runs for sure. Lovell has to keep a tight line and length outside the line of the off stump. Anything straying, and Edward will be looking to swivel and just play it backward of square. Need to be a bit clever, not quite finding the gap on this occasion. Edward, it's important that he sticks out there for the Windwards. Finding the gap nicely. His protection out there in a deep cover. Last game they would have played against Trinidad and Tobago. Theo Edward quite scoring as well as he scored today. He got 12 off of 20. That was that man, the wicketkeeper Jonathan Daniel. 34 off of 44 and a quick fire 31 from Tyler Finner. And later on to the innings still wasn't enough to conquer Trinidad and Tobago. Flighted too full on this occasion from Lovell. Wickham can just get off of strike. Brings us again. End of the 13th over. Scored 70 for 3. So that it has cleared up very, very nicely here in Shanali Park in Presal. Dark clouds, so to speak of, have moved away. And the blue sky is out. Blue favouring Barbados as well, all clad in blue. Game going their way thus far. Picking up those 3 wickets. An excellent start for Winwards with the bat. But Hines, this man Hines himself, bringing Barbados very much back into the game. He's bowled 3 overs, only gone for 5 runs, along with picking up that 1 wicket. So economical as usual. Hines. Wickham struggled with Hines in the last over, was just banging it in short. Wickham was struggling to rise and meet the bounce. Potentially a similar strategy looking to be employed this time. I really like this captaincy from the skipper Gadsden Bowens. Interesting field first slip still in place. Gully now employed, as well as a fielder square on the offside, almost a point position. He's very close in there for the catch. A big gap through cover, an extra cover mid-off, so encouraging him to try to cut. And Hines was getting good value for those short deliveries. But pitching up now. Will get it into the gap. Wickham. Bowens just had the field set for that shorter delivery that was giving him problems all of last over. But Hines electing to pitch it up on the leg side. Wickham managing to get off of strike. Brings the skipper. Edward 31 off of 34. Still scoring very nicely. Off the outside edge and Higgins. What a beautiful catch. We said that he would be looking for any chance to make up for what happened in the last over at slip. Lovell denied a chance for a hat trick, but on this occasion, express pace trying to cut was Edward. Flew through to that man. Higgins at slip jumped up into the air and somehow managed to clasp his hands around that without it bursting through. Have a look at the celebrations as well. That is a massive wicket for Barbados, the skipper. A very, very good innings comes to an end. And now it's trouble for the Windwards. Hines, that man Hines. How good has he been with the ball in hand for Barbados? Short and wide, trying to cut away. Wasn't a bad offer. He had got it over the infield. But Wiggins, what a beautiful catch. Definitely makes up for that drop earlier on. That ball was flying. And Hines strikes again. He has 2 now, only gone for 6 runs. Fast bowler, the opening bowler, Tyler Venner. Had that 30 odd in the last game. Strides out there. Skipper now gone. Wickham struggling a bit on the other end, especially against the bowling of Hines. So just as was said, middle overs tend to bring wickets in this 50 over competition. And so said, so done. 4 down now. The Winwards. Lovell and Parrish brought Barbados back from a similar situation. Venner and Wickham will be hoping that they can do the same for their team. Hines looking to nail that Yorker. Just missing his length a bit. But their tails are definitely up. Barbados are raring here. Trying to close off the game as quickly as possible. A further 6 wickets required. Of course, only 150 runs required in 218. But this was the problem for Winwards. For wickets started to fall. Needed to get off to a good start, which was provided by the skipper. In the end, an excellent piece of bowling from Hines. Short again, nicely played by Venner. So again, a bit of rebuilding, rotation of strike definitely necessary. Nicely defended by Venner to end, rather Wickham to end this 14th over. Spot of bother now. Winwards under 17 boys were going along so nicely. Now as you can see, current run rate starting to drop, required run rate slowly creeping up. Loss of 4 wickets not going to help by any means. So Lovell to continue from this northern end. Have to feel more likely than not. He's going to get through at least 8 or 7 overs on a trot from that northern end. He's so good, Lovell. Keeps that tight line and like barely bowls any bad deliveries. To full from Lovell. Sweeper has been dropped back, as well as long on the backward square, deep mid wicket. Of course, reshuffling ever necessary. Right hand, left hand combination. So 3 further deliveries for Venner and Wickham to survive before we get into the first strings break of the day. A bit of assessment needed from both teams, recalculations. Equation could have looked a lot different. The start, skipper Edward, wicketkeeper Daniel, the start that they got off to, Bartholomew as well. Windwards could have been in a commanding position, but pulling it back so nicely. Lovell and Hines just working that line outside the line of off stump. Of course, Venner just looking to survive, looking to get through. Shot again this time. Venner looking to play it past that fielder, just at backward point. So this is what the equation looks like. This is how things stand at the first drinks break. Windwards getting off to an excellent start. Barbados pulling it back somewhat. Game still very much in the balance, but take a short break with the score at 74 for 4. So, drinks break has been completed. Ready to get back on the way. We come on strike. Man, Hines will continue. It's an excellent work thus far. Winwards under 17. It's a bit precarious. Scored 74 for 4. Short ball was giving Wickham some problems when Hines chose to employ it. Now electing to go a bit fuller. It's a matter of survival through this difficult stage in the game. 4 wickets already down. Wickham and Fenner. These 2 knocks are very important as to how Winwards would end up looking a bit later on in the game. Short again, that one rising. Near call of 1 over the shoulder for the over. Hines choosing to use that short ball has unsettled Wickham somewhat. Short again, looking to pull away. Good connection made, fine leg coming around. Excellent diving stop. So limiting them to only 1, save 3 on the boundary of that field, that fine leg. Hines a short ball again, discomforting Wickham. Oh, very full and very well dug out by Veneer. Of course, he would have experience being on the other end bowling the Yorker, but dug out very expertly. Excellent bowling from Hines, continuing to prove a problem, showing that if you remain consistent, line and lengths, even if not the fastest in the world, you don't move the ball around as much compared to the other 2 opening bowlers, but he's been the pick of the bowlers thus far, and usually tends to be the pick of the pacers as well. Brings up yet another good over. Hines, have a look at those figures. 5 overs, 2 wickets for only 8 runs. Come to the end of 16 now, 75 for 4. Wickham and Veneer putting on a fight out there. Trying to take this game as deep as possible. 146 off of 204 would have looked like easy work at 1 down or 2 down, but now 4 wickets down, only 6 left in hand, 146 further. Seems as though it's getting harder and harder for the Windwards after such a good start. As in the nature of cricket, the nature of this tournament, things tend to change very, very quickly. Barbados would be looking to pick up another quick 2 wickets. Try to put the game to bed early. Lovell to continue. Continues his good line and length. Just needed to drag it back a bit against the left-handed. Wickham successfully does that. Again, that outside edge. Man, Wiggins there in first slip. Driving beautifully through the gap now is Wickham. There is protection out there in a deep cover. Nicely played, getting off of strike. Bringing the fast bowler Tyler Veneer. Of course, no slouch with the ball, no slouch with the bat either. Veneer, but needs to come in clutch with a big knock here. Winwards to have any chance of getting close to that total current run rate and required run rates seem to be evening out now, indicating it's getting that much harder for the Winwards. Singles will help. Singles will help. Just need to stick it out there. 4 wickets down. Cannot afford to lose more than about a couple through these middle overs. The form at Lovell. We haven't even seen Paris yet. And Hines bowling so well from the southern end. It's a bit too short now. Lovell overcompensating a bit. Doesn't seem as though he likes bowling to left-handers as much as he does the right-handers. Wickham negotiating him okay thus far. Too full, no protection back there. That one's gonna race into the boundary for 4. Have to wait and see if it's by signal by umpire Laborde. No runs in the end. So just getting something on that, slipping right in between Wiggins at first and the keeper. Lovely bowls with a decent pace for a spin bowler. That one racing into the boundary for 4. Much welcome runs for the Windwards. It's just going a bit flat now for Barbados in the field. Venner and Wickham putting up somewhat of a stance out there. Love will be looking to come back and pinch a quick one now. Hines from the other end looks dangerous. So off the back of a boundary. Nice smart batting. Dot ball defended to finish over. 4 done now for Lovell. He's picked up 1 for 16. Move on to 82 for 4. 17 now gone. So Hines to continue. Again, we get a decent amount of overs. Just like Lovell, we may be seeing them for a few overs more. Proving to be dangerous, creating chances. The short ball employed on this end seems to be very effective against putting Wickham off thus far. Really good bowling, good line and lengths. Hines seem to have the ability to put the ball on a dime. One Fuller drifting on the pads a bit, only one man to beat in a backward square inside the circle on that leg side. Of course, still that first slip gully in place as well as a point in a catching position. Needs to keep it outside line of the off some Hines. That's where all the protection is. So no lapses in concentration can be afforded now. Wickham and Veneer sticking it out there. Looking to go big off the outside edge. And that man, Wiggins. Oh my days. I don't think that they would even remember that drop catch. Now this one is even better than the last. DeMarco Wiggins take a bow. Wow, have a look at those celebrations. What a beautiful catch. Diving away to his left, looking to go big was Wickham. Oh my goodness. What a beautiful catch. He's Superman flying through the air. Wow, DeMarco Wiggins being treated to a show from Hines, being treated to a show from Lavelle, but Wiggins, 2 insane catches flying off of the ground, and celebrations to match as well. Wow, what a beautiful catch. Saw it a bit late as well, and he'll be looking back at that one later. What a beautiful catch, diving away off to his right, covered a good amount of ground, and safely into his hands. Still in shock at those 2 catches from Wiggins. Wow. Absolutely outrageous work behind the keeper. Spoke about how good Bowens is back there. He hasn't had to do much. DeMarco Wiggins picking up any slack that was being left off there by the field. Barbados immediately rushing over to celebrate. And the look on DeMarco Wiggins' face said it all. Almost as if he was looking at us to say, did you have any doubts? Definitely coming back after that drop catch. 2 excellent catches in first slip. Didn't have much to do on Tuesday. Bowens was diving around back there. But today, against the Windward Islands, Wiggins, ridiculous fielding. And again, commendations. Barbados was so good in the field on Tuesday, effecting quite a number of directed runouts. But have a look at those catches. Bowens again electing to stick with Hines, electing to stick with that first slip on gully. But all praise due on that occasion to Wiggins. What a beautiful catch. So Hines strikes again. This is his 3rd wicket, only gone for 8 runs. New batter Cody Fontanelli strides out there. 82 for 5 now. Game slowly starting to run away from the Windwards. And it all went a bit flat in the field. Seems as though Venner and Wickham were doing enough to survive through the middle overs, and just like that, an injection of energy by Wiggins, and the game is all of a sudden changed. Aerial straight back to the bowler, and that's the 4th. Hines strikes again, and Winwards, it's a calamitous collapse. We spoke about how tough the middle overs are to negotiate, about as soft as a dismissal as they could have been, and back to back. Chahidi Hines, 3 dots to start this over, build the pressure. Wickham couldn't get off of strike. And now, just like that, game turned on his head, 82 for 6. And that man Hines, he's on a hat-trick. Didn't last long at all. Fontanelli, 1 delivery for to be exact. And Barbados, this is exactly what they would have wanted, to get the game done as early as possible. Maybe just sticking in the surface a bit, and Hines, it seemed as though it almost came towards him in slow motion, effecting a very, very simple catch in the end. New batter, he's out there. To say a spot of butter would be an understatement. So Hines, 4 for 8. Well, 6 overs, still has 4 more to go on. Of course, we can't forget this man from the other end, Lovell. So already picked up 1. Beating the outside edge. Lovely, so good at that. Pitching just on our wrong off stump. Getting ball to dart away from the outside edge of the right hand as Venner looks a bit discouraged now. Knows how hard he's going to have to grind out there to keep the Windwards in it. So Barbados are rearing. But look at that energy in the field. deep cover set, as well as a deep mid wicket. Long off drop back to the boundary. Still Wiggins, that man in first slip. Reliable as ever. Lovell hitting those line and lengths, building the pressure, working ever so well in tandem with his partner at the other end, Hines. Hines bowling so well, throwing his hat in the ring for a man of the match performance. Of course, Lovell would be looking to do all he can to off-throw that already. Scored 47 odd in the first innings, 16 for 1 wicket so far. Barbados, it seems as though all momentum going in their direction now. Lovell, 5 dots in the over thus far. Pressure keeps building. Played very nicely by Venner into the gap. Good run away. They're coming back for the second. Nice beat of batsmanship there. So waiting on it that extra second longer. Playing it that much finer. And so maiden spoiled in the end by Venner. Still an excellent over by Raphael Lovell. Come to the end of 19, the score at 84 for 6. Don't think have much guessing to do as to who would be coming back from the southern end. Windward batters would not be looking forward, having to deal with the problem of Hines. He's bowled so excellently today, not only economically but picking up those wickets, truly changing the game. Okay, so change in bowling, pace of Harding coming in. Just informed. Only 6 on a trot, allowed for medium pacers, usually the regulations at the youth level. So Hines cannot keep his streak going. So Harding will be looking to continue the good work being done by Hines at this end. First slip, Gully still in position, as well as that field at point catching. It's played nicely and a necessary intervention there. That occasion stopping that single. Harding electing to go around the wicket to left-handed Mitchell, angling that ball back into him. It's going to be hard to follow the work done by Hines, however. Harding yet to pick up a wicket, was a bit expensive, contributed to that good start for the Windward Islands. On ball them straight through. He gets the wicket now. Exactly what he would have wanted. That ball angling back in, and it's now 7 down. Running through this Windward's middle order are the Bajan bowlers. Straight through bat and pad. Hit middle of off. Mitchell looking to go expansive through the offside. And yet another wicket down. And Barbados, they can taste victory now. So valiant work from the Windwards. But Barbados, the same way Guyana found it, just too much to contend with. Playing almost perfect cricket. Think about fielding effort, batting effort, bowling effort. Bajans have worked so hard coming into this tournament and reaping the fruits, reaping the rewards. It's going to be tough to contend early on in the tournament, announcing themselves. Barbados going to be the team to beat this year, playing such good cricket. And Harding finally gets his name into the wickets column. New batter Aravinda Bishop. He's right-handed at the moment, not sure if he's going to switch. Of course, he wouldn't be in the end. Ambidextrous Aravinda Bishop comes out with the Windwards. Certainly seeing problems. Barbados, they're up and excited. Supporters making a lot of noise on the outskirts of the boundary. And only 3 more now 3 more needed. A further 137 required. We are, of course, in the 20th over. Short, nicely played by Bishop. It's going to be a lot of pressure out there, of course. That man, Tyler Veneer. Tyler Veneer, good with the bat in hand. 137 further required. This is going to be very, very, very tough. Right now, Windwards, all they would be thinking about until at least the 40th over. Just survival, just get through. Of course, easier said than done. Still 20 overs left until we get to the latter stage of this innings. Shaw trying to cut away, narrowly past the outside edge. Of course, still that first slip gully. Point waiting. Point fielder almost in a wide gully position now. Getting closer and closer as Barbados inch closer and closer to victory. Third man fine leg still back on the boundary. Getting some runs off of the leg. Should be signal leg byes by umpire Sandy. He does eventually. So bringing Venner on to strike. 2 more deliveries left to face in the Sorrel Harding over. Of course, that leg by not going to hurt them too much. They wouldn't mind conceding little singles every now and again. Only a further 3 wickets required. Question is, does Hines come back? Harding would obviously be fast bowler coming to bowl to the tail end. Try to skittle them out, but Hines, he's potentially has a chance for a 5-4. Short, Venner just looking to go with soft hands, tickling it down to third, not to be on this occasion. Tickles through to the keeper. So a very changed game now. How it would have been just about 3 overs or so ago. Completed 20 overs, 5 more to go for the halfway point. Oh, Barbados would love to get it done before then. Of course, a matter of bonus points to contend with as well. Further 3 wickets required. Scored 85 for 7. Venner, he's still out there. Don't think he's going to give away his wicket too easily. They'll be looking to work on the batters at the other end, Barbados. Of course, this man, Raphael Lovell. He'll continue from this northern end. Keeps it very tight line and like very economical bowling. Raphael Lovell. He's picked up that 1 wicket. It's Aravinda Bishop on to strike, yet to get off the mark. Still that first slip in position as well as backward point in line with the crease on a cover. So you'd have to say dot balls could potentially bring wickets now. Scoreboard pressure is going to start to apply. 3 wickets left only. So lengthy needs to be Lovell. Just have the batters stretching a bit. So I'm pitching up tad bit too much against Wickham, allowing him to get forward and drive. So he needs to drag it back, make them get striding out there, stretching for the ball. Just like that, striding out was Bishop, unable to make contact. Goes through for yet another dot ball, so keeping the pressure on Lovell. Oh, what a delivery. Completely threw Bishop off there, spinning sharply past the outside edge. Seems as though it's only a matter of time. Raphael Lovell is bowling so well. Be eager to pick up that second. Bishop so far putting up a steadfast defense. 5 dots in the over again. Compiled a lot of dot balls so far. Raphael Lovell. So another quick fire over from Lovell comes to an end. A maiden over on this occasion. Score remains at 85 for 7. We're through 21 overs. So Barbados looking to pounce. Looking to get this game wrapped up as early as possible. So Harding to continue. Could have brought back Shahidi Hines. He's bowling so well. Bit unlucky for him, skipper. Choosing to continue with Harding. Picking up that wicket off of the last over. Hines, he will be raring for an opportunity to pick up that fifer. Again, driving, extra cover, getting a hand hit, stopping a couple runs in the end. He's driving the ball nicely. Tyler Venner, seen some good drives through the offside as well as in the air on the onside. Continuing to build upon that, but Windwards, it's going to be really, really tough for them. Quiet run rate continues to climb. Guyana batting 22 overs in now. Scored 103 for 4. Leeward seem to be coming out on top of that encounter. Yet to see. Of course, still a lot of time left in that game as well. Cracked through the gap by Bishop. Looking for the second. Not to be. Quick piece of work from Brantford. Coming across from extra cover. But nicely played by Bishop. Gets off the mark. 1 off of 10. Brings that man Venner. He would want to have most of the strike coming into the end of the game. Short but confidently played by Venner across in the National Cricket Centre. Jamaica going along quite nicely actually against Trinidad and Tobago. They're currently at 98 for 2. 20 overs just haven't been completed. Require further 135 runs and 175 balls. But Barbados very much on top here in Inchinali Park. Confidently played. Venner does have some confidence about him with bat in hand. Harding will be eager. Pick up his second of the day. Barbados continuing to be encouraging in the field. Continuing to support their bowlers. No absence of energy in this Barbados unit. Pressure continues to pile up. Barbados are in no rush. Feel as though they are very much in pole position in this game. Only a matter of time. Fenner strikes as the wicket. They would feel like they need to pick up next to well and truly get into the tail enders. He himself has proven have a good defensive setup, yet to break the defenses. Harding, he's been bowling well, and of course Lovell on the other end. Oh, this time manages to beat the outside edge. Has a bit of words as well after. So it's getting fiery out there. Barbados well on their way to victory. Just narrowly missing the outside edge as well as the top of off stump. It's all smiles. It's friendly banter out there. Of course, these players now at the under 17 level would have come up, the under 15, some of them under 13 as well, so they would have been playing with each other, playing together against each other quite a number of years now, and will move up into the under 19 level as well. So a lot of inter-island friendships being built out there, as well as cricketing caliber being displayed. As this man now, Justin Paris, has been somewhat of a danger man in terms of taking wickets. Of course, in Barbados there's no shortage of bowlers that can take wickets. This man, Justin Paris, always seems, regardless of his economy rate, to pick up vital wickets. Immediately into his work, immediately beating the outside edge of Aravinda Bishop. Bowen has been desperate to add his mark to the game. Anything he can do back there, catches stumping. That man Wiggins stealing the spotlight from it somewhat. Paris, loopy leg spin that we've grown accustomed to. Slowing it up in the air a tad bit, allowing Bishop to get forward. Try to get him off balance or playing a rash shot. So on full aerial, and that'll be the end of Bishop. Straight to that man Graham. He has a say in the game as well, in addition to that 45 he would have gotten earlier on today. And Paris with a googly strikes immediately, very full, and Bishop trying to work it through the leg side, can only go aerially, and again it's another soft dismissal. Paris building up the pressure, 3 dots to start is over, and in the end Bishop outdone by a much fuller delivery. Was a big gap available, but somehow managed to put it directly in the hands of Graham at short mid-wicket. And another one falls. 8 wickets now down. Barbados going through the motions. Seems as though it's well and truly the end now for Winwards. Barbados have played ever so well. Commendations across Tuesday and today. Simply been unplayable. Not just in terms of bowling, in terms of batting, and in terms of fielding as well. Well and truly, as we said on Tuesday, it's going to be another comprehensive dismantling of another side in this tournament. Barbados running through rampant at the moment. Obviously, the apparent strength in their bowling unit. Have a look. Bowens, Clark, Graham. A lot of batting, a lot of quality batting also. As I mentioned earlier, proving themselves as a force to be reckoned into the 3rd round of this tournament. So new batter Bjorn Fannis. Pacer with a bowl from that end. Paris disfiguring his figure somewhat. Bowling a wide, could have had a chance at opening with a wicket maiden. Skipper Bowen just sending long on, long off. Not quite all the way to the boundary, but just outside of the 30-yard circle. Again aerial. This time just short of Graham. Bowen's just sending the field back a bit. Wanting Fannis to get a single. So that Venner not on strike for the next over. Would like to bowl at the tail end as Venner. Not the easiest batter to get out by any means. Aerial again, peeling off the outer part of the bat, falling just short of Lovell at short extra cover. So a successful over, to say the least, for Barbados again. Figures of 1 for 1 in his first over. Paris said, of course, that man Paris, that man Lovell, their names must be mentioned. Speaking in terms of wickets as well, 40 odd each. Excellent partnership out there. Paris replacing Lovell from this end, has to get into the action as well. Both bowlers now have wicket apiece to their name. Driving nicely as Venner into the gap. Not quite timing it as well as he would have liked. Only a single in the end. But Jamaica across the NCC suffering a similar crumble. Went from 90 odd for 2 to now 99 for 5. 3 wickets lost in quick time. So it seems as though wrapping up this third round, the West Indies Rising Stars under 17 boys tournament. Just about 10 past 4 here. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, rains would have caused the process to go on a bit longer. In the end, Barbados making quick work. They've only been out in the field for just about 2 hours or so. A bit under that already, 8 wickets down. So Harding continuing into his work, into his 6th over. Flicked away nicely. Not being able to place it hard enough. Directed again would have been interesting. Taking off a bit late on that occasion. Fanis making it through safely in the end. Thick inside edge onto pad on that occasion. So it's a wicket apiece now for all bowlers. Branford, Harding, Lovell and Paris all have a wicket each. And of course that man Jahidi Hines, 8 runs, 4 wickets, an economy rate of 1.33. Impeccable bowling. Feel hard done if he doesn't get a chance to come back. Pick up at least 1 more to help Barbados catapult over the line. Flicked away nicely. There is a gap available. Lovell will come around. So another quick single to end the over. Harding has now completed 6. 1 for 33. You can have a look there. Only bested by Paris, but he's only bowled 1 over in terms of economy rate. So Hines very much the standout performer in the 2nd inning for Barbados. Paris and Lovell, an unlikely pair in terms of talking about run scoring for Barbados, but they got the job done quite convincingly and didn't need to do it with the ball, even though they got a wicket apiece. Paris, of course, still on. That man Hines, excellent bowling, 6 overs, 1 maiden. Of course, those 4 wickets for only 8 runs. Field spread a bit on the leg side. Deep mid wicket in place. Long off has gone down to the boundary. Still Wiggins in there. Took 2 spectacular catches earlier on in the innings. Would be hoping to get 1 more. And that one there seemed as though a chance for stumping, a chance for quad behind. Nothing doing in the end. But again, Bowen's looking for any way to get involved in the game. Quick fire work back there. And I tell you what, that was close. That was really close. Venner just perhaps managing to slide his back foot in the nick of time. Can't afford to be lackadaisical with Bowen's back there. It's well left outside line of the off stump, looking for an extra on this occasion. Venner, but Paris getting the ball to move nicely. Very exaggerated movement when the leggy is bowled away from the right-hander. Of course, the googly, which he managed to pick up a wicket with. As this should be out. In the end, a direct hit finally We spoke about their work in the field. We spoke about the fact that they had not managed to execute any runouts via direct hit. But as has been the case with Barbados in the tournament, if you think they can't do it, think again, they can. Not grounding his bat as quickly as possible, direct hit. And in the end, umpire Sandy, no choice but to raise the finger. So 9 down now for 91. Barbados have just about done everything they can do today. Hit a few big sixes, hit some nice fours, got a 4-for, picked up wickets, took some excellent catches, and now to round it off beautifully, a direct hit. And now it's all but over for the Windwards. Only 1 wicket. And of course, every single bowler out there would be putting their hat forward to come into the attack now. So many commendations to be given to the Barbados coaching staff, the players as well. The amount of work they had put in. Can see it translating into the game, all aspects. It's been A+ today from Barbados. It was A+ as well on Tuesday. So all the other teams be shaking a bit now. Barbados getting off to a very, very strong start in this tournament. They see this game through, would be 2 wins, 1 no result. See them at the top of the table, save for what Trinidad and Tobago do later on today. They manage to beat Jamaica and how badly they do. But Barbados looking to take up the mantle at the top of the table here after round 3. Parish is a bit loose. Does give you a couple bad balls. Paris does manage to come back and take the wicket eventually. So only 1 more wicket now. 130 required is an impossible task. Tyler Venner tried his best out there, faced 31 deliveries. Skipper Edward, of course, got them off to an excellent start with Bartholomew, but then some fiery pace bowling. Saw the end of that as we come to the end of the halfway point of the innings. Not what Winwards would have wanted to see on the scoreboard at all at the start of the innings. Score at 92 for 9. So Harding continues. Just going down the leg side on that occasion. Would back himself to get the wicket in this over. They've made light work of it. Of course, being sent into bat first. Different proposition, and on Tuesday managed to bowl Guyana out for 105. Winwards have seen much of the same fate. Except of course in the second innings. Barbados would have flown to victory in that second innings with a bat in hand, and flying to victory are they now. Ball in hand in the second innings. Nicely played by Venner off the back foot. Third man coming around looking for 2. Bit of a slip would not affect them in the end. Successfully complete that couple, but Harding, of course that man Hines, is operating from this end. Not use, electing to try to get Harding to prize this last wicket. Paris and Lovell from that northern end doing excellent work. So still electing that first slip, of course. Wiggins, he's not going to move from there now. I don't think he'll move from there for the rest of the tournament, considering the heroics he pulled off. Couple beautiful catches. Gully still being employed. Third man fine leg still on the boundary. Only 2 fielders outside of the circle. Skipper will now drop deep backward square. Square leg out into the boundary. Aiming for the Yorker is Harding. Keeping it out is Tyler Venner. They need to get at Elron Glasgow, the new batter. Venner has been very, very good in terms of his defense, not giving up his wicket very easily by any means. Well left again. Venner accomplished with bat in hand. Harding bowling good lines and lengths. Bowling those dot deliveries, but all they would be looking for now is that final wicket. So Venner would look to try to get a single now. Surprise skipper Bowens didn't bring in the whole field. Just try to keep Venner at this northern end. Chance to bowl at Glasgow from the other. It's a lovely shot through the covers, and you know what? He may end up, and in fact he will end up not being on strike for the next over, thanks to a glorious cover drive through the gap. Extra cover, tried to come around, put in the diving effort, just missed the ball completely and into the boundary ropes for 4. So Venner has been doing well with the bat out there, unfortunately not having partners to stand up with. Cyril Harding, he'll end his 7th over with that boundary. Score moving on to 98 for 9. But Barbados would have gotten what they wanted. Chance to bowl at the tail end of Glasgow now from this end, and that man Paris effected the run out off of his bowling in the last over. He's picked up that 1 wicket. Gone for 2 runs thus far, in addition to that run out in the last over. So he'll be hoping that they can get it done. He'll be hoping, of course, it can go under his name. But Barbados would take it any way that they can get to kill this game off as early as possible. Paris, you would expect him to maintain that line and like force Glasgow to make his own mistakes. Paris again does have the tendency to stray, just needed to keep it around off stump where that first delivery was. 6 balls there would more likely than not have done it, would have ended off the game, you'd have to say. Giving away a few extras now. Hold out appeal again. That one jogging back across sharply. For standout performances in that first innings. 220 all out with their allotment of 50 overs. Excellent batting first score for Barbados. Man, DeMarco Wiggins. In those catches, he got 13 off of 34. Got them off to a decent start. Had that one monstrous hit. Jordan Graham, 45 off of 59, was supposed to be the standout performer. He hit 6 fours as well. Justin Paris getting 33 off of 54. And then that man, Raphael Lovell, definitely the standout performance with the bat today. 47 off of 54 deliveries. 5 fours and 2 sixes. Excellent day's outing with the bat for Lovell. Venner picked up a couple in that first innings. Glasgow bowled very, very well. Picked up 3. Bishop and Fontanelli, of course, had 2 each. Then in the second innings, story of Bajan bowling. Theo Edwards, skipper, lovely little cameo. 31 off 35, got them off to a good start. Bartholomew, 8 off of 9, got off to a good attacking start as well. Wicketkeeper, 23 off of 23. Jonathan Daniel. Marley Phillips went without scoring. Wickham went for 10. Fenner, he's still there on 18. Fontanelli as well went without scoring. Followed up by Mitchell, went without scoring as well. Both faced 2 deliveries each. As another extra from Paris. Very much unforced errors late on in this game. Bishop had 1, Fannis had 1, and Glasgow still yet to score. Of course, the story is in that bowling card, a wicket apiece. All the bowlers, 4 for Hines. Along with that economy rate, statisticians, as we come to the end of the 27th with the 100 being brought up, 101 for 9. Statisticians today have some work to do in terms of man of the match performance. 47 from Lovell. In addition to that wicket that he picked up, 47 would have catapulted them to that 220. Very, very intimidating score. But that man Hines seemed to take the game completely out of the Windwards' hands. Got off to such an excellent start with the bat. But picking up 4, not only did he pick up 4 wickets, only conceded 8 in 6 overs. It's incredible bowling. We have another change now. Harding, he's bowled 7. He'll come off. That man Parasaram, Rajiv Parasaram, taking up the attack now from the southern end. Fenner, he's still there. Last wicket partnership proving a bit difficult over the last couple of overs for Bowens and company to dismiss, but changing things up a bit. Surprised again that Hines was not afforded the opportunity to come back and take his fifer, but Rajiv Parasaram sending back long off, long on, comes into the circle in a mid-on position. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Who starts off beating the outside edge. Statman Venner, they don't want him on strike. He's been so good in defense. Sticking it out for his team like the bowl at the tail end does. Down the leg side, not a great delivery. Get 4 runs for that. Just turning and paddling it around the corner. Venner, he does possess ability to score at will. The change in bowling not quite working for skipper Bowen so far. Just drifting down the leg side, a bit of a loosener from Parsuram. And again, it's been a tad bit of unforced errors from Barbados. They were so good earlier on in the innings. Paris allowing a few runs through extras. Well, very, very tidy all game. Would not look to undo that now, Barbados. Game, of course, is pretty much wrapped up, but they would like to end off on a high. They got that direct hit. Seemed as though they were going to end off very, very spectacularly. Paris giving away a few extras in the last over, electing to use Paris Saram from the southern end. Stroke nicely into the gap. Wide of point, thought about it. A single potentially would have been on offer, but sending him back was Venner. So just surviving 4 from the over. Decent first over from Paisaram comes now to the end of 28. 105 for 9. The longer the game goes on, you'll have to feel the more dissatisfied Barbados will get. Cranford taking a page out of, seen that in international cricket before, switching the bails, trying to bring a different set of luck. Don't think they could have asked for more luck today, Barbados. Every single thing went their way. Convincing performance. Just need to get this tail end partnership out as quickly as possible Played ever so well with the ball in hand, Barbados, but spoiling the party somewhat. Venner refuses to get out. Flicking it around, runs on offer there, at least a couple. Four fielders chasing after. They're gonna think about coming back for three. Venner doubling back on him, and it's excellent running. Three successfully completed in the end. So letting it slip now a bit, Paris and company. Allowing those runs to be leaked. Of course, at this stage in the game, they would not mind it much. Would have looked even better, however, they did have the ability to kill off the game as quickly as possible. Because in a situation where the Windwards probably needed, let's say, 20, 25, 30, this last wicket partnership was holding out Barbados. Bajan supporters would have been very, very nervous coming down into the end. Adjustment in field, deep mid-wicket goes around a bit wider to account for that one. Turned around the corner, still first slip in place. So, Gully being employed now by skipper Bowens in addition to Wiggins at that first slip. Peeling off the edge to that man himself. Needs to be a bit fuller outside line of the off stump. Paris drifted down the leg side a bit, allowing them to get a few easy runs, but feel very much set on the offside. Two catchers as well, positioned around extra cover. So waiting for that lifted drive. Venner, he's so good, so technically poised. It's going to be hard to get his wicket, and Glasgow on the other end, he's sticking in nicely. So we come now, end of yet another over, 29 gone. Score 107 for 9. Still sticking in. Tyler Venner, he's been out there for quite a while now, 22 off of 48 deliveries. Glasgow is 3 off of 9. Short pulled away, there is protection. Would have been interested in that catch for a second. Dropping just short of him at the backward square. Things went on to strike. Oh, beat him very nicely outside line of the off stump. Palshram doing his best, darting in those leg spinners, trying to pick up this wicket. Glasgow and Venner, difficult proposition. Oh, getting prodigious turn. Bring the ball very nicely. That one almost spun square. Drag down, just peeling off the outside edge. Seems as though they can do nothing to pinch this last wicket. It's flowing in the middle overs. Wickets falling one after the next, but Glasgow and Venner just drag down more runs. It's getting a bit ugly now for Barbados. One is going to run almost all the way into the boundary rope, slowing up in the end. They need to be clinical in their finish. Understandable that they potentially would try something different, but you've got to be clinical, especially when bonus points are up for grabs. The longer the Windwards bat, the more points Barbados are giving up. And a no ball signal by umpire Sandy, so it'll be a free hit Glasgow to face up to. Through absolutely everything at that, but just missing it outside the line of the off stump. A bit of a quicker one to end the over for Parisham. So at the end of 30, score moves on to 112 for 9. Crossing the National Cricket Centre, Jamaica now batting 111 for 6. 28 overs now gone. Crossing Gilbert Park, getting a bit difficult now for Guyana. They're 141 but 7 wickets down. End of the 32nd over in that game. But back here in Shanali Park, pre-Sal Trinidad and Tobago sticking it out, Venner and Glasgow. Paris will continue from this northern end. Not been able to pinch that wicket, along with offering a few extras. Aerial diving catch on Paris. Oh my word, what a beautiful catch. Diving away to his left hand side, picking it up one-handed, and what a way to finish off the game. Just coming off of that edge, and Venner can't stick it out there. What a catch by Paris. As we said, can't keep him out of the wickets tally. And what a way. It's been the story for Barbados all day so far, everything going exactly how they would have wanted, and letting a few runs slip through the crack right at the end of the game. But eventually, it is Barbados who are victorious. Have a look back at it. A beautiful catch. Diving away. Didn't seem likely in the end. An amazing catch. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 8. So in the end, Barbados are victorious, skittling out the Windwards inside of 31 overs for 112 runs. Standout performances. That man Lovell, and of course that man Hines. But truly comprehensive victory again from Barbados today. Windwards, as will Guyana, well and truly outplayed. It was a very exciting first innings, and Barbados doing some excellent work in that second innings. The supporters are happy. Coaching staff is happy. Barbados players, obviously, they would be happy. The party has started for the Bajans. And so at the end of a very, very interesting and exciting day here in the sunshine for most of the day, pre-Sal in Shanali Park, Barbados coming out victorious. The party has well and truly standed. So that's it from us, Cricket 360, on behalf of Windies Cricket. The end of a very, very good day of cricket. We'll leave you and see you next time.